points, and I used some of the reports to challenge the department. And that was my point about no matter what I think of different elements of the media, I was always open to all people's reporting to raise to attention things that may have not happened or been overlooked or not come to my attention through official channels.
Can we just have your help, please, as to the presentation section that is set out at paragraphs 12 and 13? And this, of course, we remind ourselves, is a note from the Deputy Head of DGEP. What was set out was, given the imminent media interest from BBC Panorama, it's recommended that the announcement of the closure of Operation Northmore is made as soon as possible. This will allow Ministry of Defence to release the announcement on our own terms. It will also give us an opportunity to emphasise the independent oversight of the investigations. Were you comfortable with that recommendation, Sir Ben, when you read it in September of 2019?
Well, I didn't act on it. So if we go back to the recommendation, I didn't act on the recommendation of this submission, which demonstrates that I disagreed with large parts of the submission. And some of this obviously already reflects the earlier paragraphs in the submission about, we could get out ahead of it or whatever it says in it. But ultimately, I didn't agree that there was any advantage to doing it. So therefore, the final paragraph doesn't sort of wash in that sense. If I don't agree with it, then paragraph 13 doesn't really have a material effect.
Could we just look nonetheless at paragraph 13, because this is what was provided to you by the Deputy Head of the Directorate of Judicial Engagement. We in DDC recommend that the closure of Operation Northmore should be briefed to a friendly journalist in order to try and get the story out on our own terms.
Is there such a thing? Is there such a friendly journalist?
I think you probably know the answer to that better than me, Ben. And again,
no offence to the officials, but media handling is not usually the strengths of officials who work in other policy areas. But fundamentally, there are media officials, etc., but fundamentally, what was at the heart of this is, was I prepared to publicly announce the closure of an investigation when I didn't really accept the premise in the first place that you close investigations? And secondly, I didn't read that somehow getting ahead of a Times, Sunday Times or a Panorama thing would have been advantageous anymore, that would have been disadvantageous.
Can I take you back to the very first page and then to the handwritten note that is written to the top? You told us at the outset that that is not in your handwriting. It appears to read, I would have preferred to wait, but on balance, underlined, in light of Panorama, we should announce end of investigations.
Well, I didn't announce the end of investigations, so I don't know. I mean, it isn't my writing, but I didn't.
And as far as this is a note of anyone's observation, it's not a note then of any observation that you made during the course of discussing this document with anyone? No,
not that I had. I mean, I went on from here to investigate further the Northmore. So, I don't know that it's not my writing, and I don't know where my box note should have been there.
And just finishing off the handwriting, in case it helps jog your memory as to whether you've seen it at all before, other than in the preparation of this witness statement. This will, however, prompt some detailed questions about the investigations which RMP will have to answer. Also, with hands-off approach by ministers, how are we assured investigation is thorough? And that last is a question. Insofar as assurance that the investigation is thorough, is that something that you were seeking to get an assurance?
And I think probably from the investigation of that, it's why it led to no announcement.
So insofar as a reference to, with a hands-off approach by ministers, how are we assured investigation is thorough, is that an observation that you might have made, Sir Ben? Or
I don't know when this writing was inserted. I don't know whose it belongs to. My box note has not been produced. You will get in front of every submission a blank bit of paper, sir, that you write your comments in, and etc. But I could what I would certainly say is that the result of this submission is they didn't follow its recommendation. So I'm not sure whose that is, but it doesn't match the actions, which was they didn't follow the recommendation.
In the immediate aftermath of reviewing this document and declining to follow the recommendations, can you help us now with the steps that you took to get a better understanding of Operation Northmore and the apparent decision to close that investigation?
Well, as I said, from paragraph 6 is where I was first given effectively the clues to where I should go and seek some assurance, or at the very least interrogate those people that had been involved in that. And that included Sir John Murphy, the former Chief Constable of Merseyside. And I thought that was very, very important to do so and start progressing those challenges and questions, I think. So that's where I took from this submission, is that who I should then follow up with and meet, and that's where I got it from.
In addition to speaking to him, his name having been set out in paragraph 6 as you've observed, did you want to speak to anyone who might be involved in the investigation itself?
No, I was very cautious about that. I mean, I've said earlier that for me as a minister to go into a police force, whether it's military or civilian, and interrogate their investigation when there is a service prosecuting authority above it, I would think would, lead to all sorts of suggestions that I interfered with the police investigation. So leave it to the professional. The professional was Sir John Murphy, former Merseyside Chief Constable, and leave it to him. And I read his report, and then I had a meeting with him, and I had also read Justice Lyon's report as well. I mean, it is for the professionals, it's not for me to ascertain how a police investigation should be going or not.
And it may be obvious from your last remark what the answer to this question is, but may I still ask it, which is this. At any stage now, having reviewed this document, did you seek to speak to anyone within UKSF about the allegations that have been made to get some sort of assurance from them as to the accuracy of what was being alleged?
I did two things. So I read, as documents were being released to the judicial review, I would read extensively many of those documents in folder after folder. And Ben Sanders was, I think in 2020, was designated to go through huge amounts of documentation. And that's when, after I think in the July of the following year, we gave up to the judicial review more papers that had come to light. So throughout the process, I read extensively the papers, including the most minor detail, including effectively emails between members of SF in other locations, even where people and the inquiry would have seen some of those documentations, to get a feel of what was being said in the background, as well as trying to understand what was, who was making these original allegations or claims, because I think that was quite important. And I can't refer to them in an open session, but there are examples of those documentations that have been submitted to this inquiry where you can see it. And so not only did I deal with that, also, I need to get you just the name of the individual. When I was informed that N1785 had potentially raised concerns, I spoke to him as well.
Other than speaking to N1785 and reading the documents that you've told us about, did you have discussions with anyone else within UKSF about these allegations?
I deliberately, I'm not an investigator, but I deliberately didn't want to be, poking around in any part of the armed forces without the appropriate investigators doing it. In other words, without me. I mean, I wanted, as a former soldier, to understand what I'd been reading, but it was also very important to separate chatter that I read as opposed to people that were there at the time. And, the military is full of gossip. It's always like any community, including the barristers' community. There's always who's up and who's down, what's going on. There is chatter. So it's always important to keep your ears open. But it was also very important to me to make sure that if I felt there was something untoward, that we made sure that that was properly assured and looked at. And ultimately, it goes back to Chief Constable Murphy and others about whether they satisfy themselves about how far the net was cast, who did they speak to, and indeed the military police about whether or not they followed up on documents that may have come to light subsequent to this submission, originally this 16th of July submission by the Provost Marshal, which led to this submission of the 5th of August. Were they aware of any other documents after the fact that was written? And that's not a question I can answer, that's a question that they no doubt can answer to the inquiry.
Trying to keep matters again in chronological order if we can I invite you to go back to your statement for a moment, please, Sir Ben? And can I take you to your page 5? And you'll see that having dealt with the submission that I've just asked you questions about, you set out in your paragraph 17, given the complex, lengthy and serious nature of the Operation Northmore investigations, I wish to gain a greater understanding of Operation Northmore before making assertions about it, especially having only just been appointed as Secretary of State and given my previous experience in government. You then go on to identify observations made by Johnny Mercer in his witness statement about what happens with him when he joined the MOD in July of 2019. Can I, and I'll pause,
get his statement.
I'll pause you to get your bearings, please.
Glasgow, in accordance with the usual procedure, I've made a restriction order. This order restricts the publication, dissemination, disclosure, or repetition of anything that was said or done on today, the first day of this hearing, 23rd of September 2024, of the hearing of this evidence during the 10-minute period from 11:05 until the hearing was adjourned, which was approximately 20 past, but the precise timing will be identified, pending publication of the official transcript on the inquiry's website. This order remains in place indefinitely until varied or revoked.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption. We've had our mid-morning break, so we'll now run till lunch.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir Ben, you had been helpfully assisting the inquiry with your discussions with Johnny Mercer and the concerns that he had brought to your attention, and you'd identified a difference in his recollection and yours as to the extent of the information he provided to you. And can I make sure that I have understood properly the distinction between your two recollections? As far as you recall, he, Mr. Mercer, expressed concerns to you about rumours surrounding the UKSF's activities in Afghanistan, but you do not recall him saying anything to you to the effect that he had spoken to an individual who had given him specific information about an allegation that he, that person, had been asked to carry a dropped weapon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And can I make sure that I've understood the significance that you draw between the rumours on the one hand that you accept Mr. Mercer told you of, and the account from an individual that he, Mr. Mercer, had spoken to that you do not recall ever being told? What, to your mind, is the difference, if it isn't blindingly obvious, between the rumours that were reported to you and the specific information that Mr. Mercer recorded in his statement and said when he gave evidence?
Well, I think, like the paragraph in his statement, but also in the documents that have been submitted to this inquiry from the wider community, you will notice that people were discussed amongst themselves on email issues around this Afghanistan allegations, even though they were not there or not present. And they were discussing it because they belonged to a community that could discuss or did discuss these things, and I know those emails have been submitted to the inquiry. And that is a difference between someone who could, in my mind, act as a witness, who is actually able to be a lead to follow up, to say, you were actually asked, if Mr. Mercer's submission was correct, you were actually asked by someone who was no doubt perpetrating the alleged crime to do this action. And if that was the case, then that's to me a very different space from people, hearsay, second, third hand discussions by a community or indeed the wider parts of the armed forces.
And does that echo back to what you'd said earlier this morning when you'd said that it was important that the investigation proceed on evidence rather than rumour?
Yes, I think very important that is what we have to proceed in anything we do, not just in this issue. We have to ultimately proceed on that. And one of the lessons I learned for working from Ken Clarke was that the only people who really know what goes on in a court are the ones who are there from the beginning to the end. So not people who turn up for the last day or the middle of the day or the star witness.
Can I ask you this, please? If Mr. Mercer had told you that he had first-hand information from someone who reported to Mr. Mercer that that individual had been asked to carry a dropped weapon whilst in Afghanistan, what advice would you have given to Mr. Mercer as to what he should do with that information?
the same advice I gave to anyone, including the BBC, when they would write the letters to me, that if you had any evidence, you please share it with the police, the military police, for their investigation. I mean, there's no point sharing it with me. Share it with the correct authorities whose job it is to investigate the allegations.
Insofar as any reference to dropped weapons other than from Mr. Mercer, were you aware of allegations that dropped weapons were said to be carried on operations in Afghanistan by UKSF?
Well, I was aware from the reporting in the media throughout this process, not, I think, before that initial 5th of August submission we've referenced this morning, but I was definitely aware that part of the narrative and the reporting in the media was that this was a method that was carried out in the prosecution of the unlawful killings. And so I was definitely alert to it. And I was also alert to the fact that some of those emails that were subsequently submitted, both in the judicial review and I suspect, I'm guessing in this inquiry, referred to, I'm not sure they used the phrase drop weapon, but certainly referred to the likes of this doesn't seem right, or this is, one too many occasions of X or Y happening. So I think I would put it into that context.
Insofar as you thought Mr. Mercer was the right person to get to the bottom of the allegations that he had been made privy to in the form of rumour, did you offer him any assistance other than simply that you were directing him to do that act?
Well, two things. His authority comes with his position. I mean, that was his portfolio underneath him, people, veterans, etc. So he had authority within that very position he held as the minister. And secondly, he has the authority of me, and therefore my authority gives him the whole resource of the department within the law, should he wish to do so. And of course, like me, he knew to respect the separation between a minister and the police and the independent investigative authorities, the independent service prosecuting authority, but ultimately that's what it means.
And were you expecting that he would provide you with an update or an answer to that direction you had given him?
Well, he did throughout, and I don't take issue with much of his evidence throughout this process. He did throughout raise concerns when he had felt that either he wasn't getting the right answers, or indeed, if the media highlighted concerns, he raised his concerns throughout, including on that meeting, I think the following August, after, I think, the Sunday Times report. So he always would raise concerns. I wasn't any different from that. I think as I'd started to go, start looking into that original submission, that's why we're sitting here today. I established this inquiry in order so we can get to the bottom of this. I mean, hardly the narrative of cover-up for this Secretary of State to have set up this inquiry. This is trying to get to the bottom of it, using the correct processes and privileges that is awarded quite rightly to the judiciary, the judicial process. So he did raise it, he often raised it, and I took all my ministers' concerns seriously. I did not discount out of hand or discard out of hand any of their concerns. And so, I mean, we followed up many things, and you'll see later when it comes to the motion video, I think Mr. Mercer's recollection is disproved by my actions on the motion video, if you understand what I'm saying.
I do, and we will come to that in detail later on, but since you've touched upon it, Sir Ben, can I simply ask you this at this stage? Mr. Mercer described in his evidence to the inquiry that he thought that you lacked curiosity when it came to responding to some of the allegations that he brought to your attention. Is that a description of your attitude towards what he said to you as an inaccurate one?
I think it's highly inaccurate. I think my actions, if you look at my statement, are the entire opposite of that. I didn't take the first submission at face value, and I never took the last one at face value. Not only did I seek to dig deeper, I also even seek to dig internationally to try and get to the bottom of whether or not assurances I'd be given were truthful. Secondly, I established this inquiry, as I've said. So, no, I was absolutely inquisitive. I held the department to account if I felt that they were not producing what we had asked for, but I also had to reiterate that we had to act on the evidence before us, and that I also have a duty to the men and women of the armed forces to make sure that their reputation is not, dragged through the mud or indeed libelled or besmirched without evidence. I think that is very, very important. As I said, 457 people sacrificed their lives for the UK's deployment to Afghanistan. Some of those people did so in the most dangerous environments possible to make sure we were safe and the people of Afghanistan were safe. And I owe them also a duty to make sure we do not progress recklessly or indeed in the world of perception, but we progress in the manner of fact and evidence.
And in terms of the progress that might be made by the MOD, another observation offered by Mr. Mercer in his evidence was that the MOD was terrible at investigating itself. Is that a description that you agree with or not, Sir Ben?
Well, I don't quite know what he exactly means by that. If he's making a comment on the police investigation by the military police, then I think I would have referred him to Sir John Murphy and the external people that looked at the investigation. Neither he nor I are actually qualified to make that judgment on a police investigation. If it is a comment on the department is not always quick to produce legacy documents that it wishes or is needed by a court or indeed by ministers, then I would say that is correct, that it is not a quick task. Could it be quicker? Undoubtedly it could, but I would agree with that. I'm not sure that goes as far as investigating ourselves. But also, the job of a minister, a good minister, is, I'm afraid, inquisitive, probably a sceptic, fairly distrustful of officialdom, despite the fact our officials do their very best, and if need be, belligerent to get to the bottom of something. And I think that is up to each minister how far they take that, and how far they wish to take it, and how many hours a day they burn the candle to do their job. I learnt a long time ago that, you win some of these debates or discussions in the detail. So you need to get onto the detail, and if the detail isn't available, you get it. But I can't speak for Johnny Mercer. He would have to tell you to what extent he looked into these things in detail.
If the detail is important, and if you expected Johnny Mercer to apprise himself of the detail, did you ask for him to report back to you on a regular basis to update you, or were you expecting him simply to return as and when?
Well, as and when is probably the best way to do these things, and as you've seen from the bundle, there is plenty of times when he either commented on submissions. One thing that I noticed about the Ministry of Defence when I arrived that was different from Security Minister is rather boringly a bureaucratic process that departments have. Good departments and good Secretary of State, every submission is classified between what you call a 1-2, a 2-1, a 1-2-3. Sounds dull. 1-2 means it goes to the junior minister first, the 2, and then it goes to the Secretary of State first. So the Secretary of State gets to read what his or her junior minister thinks. A 1-2-3, it goes to the permanent secretary and others. Now, some departments don't really like that because they would rather make sure that if a minister didn't agree or it was a bit controversial, that they'll just go straight to the Secretary of State and avoid it. I instigated the Ministry of Defence that every submission that came to me had to be a 1-2 at minimum, even if that meant a delay. You'll notice on the 5th of August one, an important document relating to an important investigation is not a 1-2. Now, if you were to look at my submissions from Security Minister, most of the Home Office submissions I ever met, or were dealt with, were of that level. So it sounds like a boring process, but After this, and a few weeks or months in, I instigated that every submission was at least a 1-2. That does add delay because some ministers don't do their red boxes very quickly, or they want to dig into it much more. And one of my ministers, he would never allow it to go to me until he had done a significant amount of scrutiny, and that could take weeks. And some ministers, it would turn up pretty quickly, but it is entirely the right process, and it's the process how I run this department. So Johnny Mercer would have had lots of opportunities, and did, to raise these issues, and that's the best way I thought to deal with it. And there's a lesson in civil service, 1, 2, 3 submissions, but probably not the most exciting.
Can we turn on with the chronology, please, for a moment, Sir Ben? Can I invite you back to your exhibits to look, please, to your 4th exhibit behind our tab 4, which is an email sent out on the 11th of October of 2019. So a few weeks or possibly even a month after the first document that we had looked at. We can see it's sent to a number of individuals, including you, as well as Johnny Mercer's private office, because we can see those addresses in the to list. Do we see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And it reads as follows. All, we've finally been formally approached by BBC's Panorama on their documentary looking into how effectively the government has dealt with allegations of war crimes from Iraq and Afghanistan. See attached. The letter outlines several allegations and the subsequent handling. As stated in the letter, the programme is likely to make serious allegations on a pattern of cover-ups that may have prevented British soldiers from facing justice. And then it goes on to give a rundown of what is to happen in the next few days. As to the attached letter, which was provided to your private office and also to Mr. Mercer's, you'll find that over on our page 12, which is a letter from the BBC dated the 4th of October of 2019. You'll find that you dealt with this, if it will assist you. I think you'll find that in your paragraph 20 onwards on page 7, Sir Ben.
Yes.
Can we just look together at the letter from the BBC that was sent to you a few days after it had been received?
Yeah.
So for those who are following in the printed bundle, page 12 behind tab 4, but your exhibit 4, Sir Ben. If we look to the second paragraph, we are examining the closure of 2 major investigations into alleged war crimes announced in 2017, Operation Northmore and the Iraq Historic Allegations Team. Our programme will include details about specific cases that were part of these investigations. The programme is likely to make serious allegations regarding a pattern of cover-ups over the last 2 decades that may have prevented British soldiers from being held accountable for war crimes and left innocent victims and their relatives with no recourse to justice. We want to give you a full opportunity to respond to the points that we're considering for inclusion, so we've outlined them in detail below. Can I just invite you, if you wouldn't mind, sir, to turn on to the next page and to paragraph 4. Because you'd expressed to us the importance of a thorough investigation and the need to get to the bottom of the allegations and to look at all of the relevant evidence. What was set out by the BBC in October of 2019 was as follows. Detectives working on Operation Northmore believed the deadlines set by the MOD to finish their inquiries made it impossible for them to complete a thorough investigation. And then to the next paragraph. Investigators who work for IHAT and Operation Northmore believe there was credible evidence of war crimes committed by British troops. They also say that some of this evidence has been covered up by senior officers. Did you read those two paragraphs when this document had been provided to your private office in October of 2019, or can you now not remember?
No, I've read this letter.
On reading those two paragraphs, which appear to make serious allegations about the quality of the investigation that was conducted and the conclusions it reached, what did you do, Sir Ben?
Well, you'll see from my statement that I sought that at a subsequent meeting I had, that we would follow up, we would examine the claims, as in we would first of all write to Panorama and saying, I think this is paragraph 20, if I'm not mistaken, is that right? An initial scan of the allegations within it suggested there was no new evidence being presented. SOS asked that a detailed analysis of the letter be carried out by officials and a copy be passed to the independent investigators to check for anything that might materially impact their investigations. So in that very phrase are two things. One is, as I've said earlier, I was open to any suggestions, even if it came from, wherever it came from, media, public, colleagues, etc. As you can see, I asked officials to investigate further or to look at them. And then secondly, to write to the BBC saying, if you are making claims of any evidence or new evidence, you should pass it to the relevant authorities. And I think that is a narrative that I have taken throughout, and that is an example of that from the October letter from the BBC. I'm not aware if the BBC then subsequently did present any new evidence to the military police. I'm sure they may be able to answer that question, but I'm not aware if they did or didn't.
And again, just continuing, please, with the content of the letter from the BBC, could I invite your attention to what is paragraph 39 within that letter, our page 16, Sir Ben. Operation Northmore was investigating 52 killings in Afghanistan, the majority relating to Special Forces operations. The allegations included executions by UKSF on night raids, covered up through the falsification of mission reports and the use of so-called drop weapons. Despite having gathered significant evidence of potential illegal killings and cover-ups implicating senior soldiers, Operation Northmore was closed down prematurely. Given the concern that you had identified at being presented with an invitation to announce the closure of Operation Northmore just after you had come into office, when you read this only a few weeks later, did that chime with the concern you'd had in the back of your mind, which had caused you not to write to the Defence Committee?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I said this morning, I didn't act on that recommendation. And throughout, I always said any evidence should be referred to the police because they are charged, the military police, to investigate it. And I think. Look, I don't underestimate or undervalue the seriousness of the allegations. They are very serious allegations, but I also had to bear in mind that Chief Constable Murphy had done an assurance of the investigation. Independently, and at the time he had said to me that he had been happy with the work or the assurances that he had done, and he was a civilian assuring the military police's investigation, and a man of considerable experience both as a detective and indeed as a leader of a force. So I think what I would say is, look, that's why we're sitting here. The concern never went away about whether we were getting to the bottom of it. And part of that concern is because people would continue to raise questions without closure. And I think that's very, very important that we try and get that closure. And that's why I established this inquiry.
Can we look to some of the documents in the immediate aftermath of the receipt of the email and the letter that is attached, please? And trying to deal with it again in a chronological order as best as we can I invite you to turn back to divider number 2, what is numbered our page 7, but it'll be the exhibit number 2 for Mr. Wallace. So, sir, you'll find it on
Yep.
red numbered 7, an email later that same day, the 11th of October 2019, providing a readout, but only the key points and actions. And in particular, can we look to paragraph number 4 with the bold entry at the start, Operation Northmore? We'd seen that Johnny Mercer, as described there, mentioned his preparatory meetings with officials in advance of the upcoming trilat, his office to provide relevant points to the Secretary of State's office. Mr. Mercer queried whether the service police could be contacted in advance of Panorama coverage. And what's recorded is there that you agreed and suggested the department ask for evidence. And does that relate back to what you had said some 3 minutes ago when you'd set out what you did upon reading the letter
Yes.
from the BBC?
That was asked from evidence from the BBC as opposed to from the service police.
And in terms of whether or not Mr. Mercer should contact the service police in advance of the Panorama coverage, did you agree that that would be an appropriate course of action for him to take, or can you now not remember?
Hang on. Hang on, say that again, please.
If we look to the penultimate sentence, it begins on the second line halfway across. Min DPV, that's Mr. Mercer, queried whether the service police could be contacted in advance of Panorama coverage. Did you think it would be appropriate for the service police to?
Well, I can't deduce from this email for what purposes. I mean, was it contacted for? I mean, I don't know what. I mean, and if you look at this email, I don't even think it was copied even to my private office, does it? David Morgan was my private secretary, but it wasn't copied to me. But fundamentally, these were pre-bilateral notes in advance of the meeting, or notes after it. Readout, sorry, it's after the meeting.
Notes
SFS
after.
was broadly content with Minnie's draft priority, but I'm not sure what exactly he asked for when it meant contacting the service police. It may have been just to alert them that this programme was coming and that they should seek to ask BBC for evidence if they present it in the report.
And insofar as
But that's speculating, so I don't.
insofar as you suggested, which is the last sentence of paragraph 4, that the department ask for evidence, that's a request to be made of the BBC
Yes.
for the evidence to support the allegations that they had made.
Well, if they have any new evidence, to submit it to the military police has been my line all the way through, because what we're trying to find here is evidence all the way through, and no doubt this inquiry will be seeking, if there is any evidence out there, to establish that.
When you say new evidence, how was anyone to decide whether the evidence the BBC had was new or not?
Well, that's why contacting the military police would be the most appropriate people. They will be the ones who will be sitting on the whole database or remit of what evidence they had examined. And I wouldn't know, but they would know what they saw reported and what they had in their office, whether there was a gap. Because I wouldn't have ever seen the military police's detailed investigative notes.
But what's recorded here, Sir Ben, and I appreciate it's somebody else's note of only the key points, it's that the department ask for evidence. It's not that the Royal Military Police contact the BBC to ask for it. What role?
Well, because the letter was addressed to me, so I replied to the BBC saying, if you have any new evidence, I think it is an exhibit here.
It is, and we will come to it.
Please, could you refer it to the military or the appropriate authorities? So that's exactly what we're doing.
Can we just look at notes of a further meeting that you had with Mr. Mercer? You'll find that behind our divider number 3, your third exhibit, and Sir Ben, it's page 9 if that helps. It's an email from Damien Parmenter recording the detail of a meeting that you and others had to discuss Operation Northmore. So do you see that it begins S of S, Secretary of State, Minister for Armed Forces, Minister DPV, met with officials to discuss Operation Northmore. Can you remember now who the officials were that you met with in order to discuss Operation Northmore?
Well, we're talking 5 years ago, but I would guess from the list of the CCs, they are the officials. I mean, Isabel Letwin was one of the legal advisors in the department. David Morgan was my assistant private secretary. Paul Wyatt was a senior official, national security. And I'm guessing those were the people, and Dominic Wilson was a senior director general. So I'm guessing those are people I saw on a regular basis, and if they're CC'd in, I can guess. But I don't have an actual attendance list in my bundle or anywhere.
And neither do we, Sir Ben, but obviously we'll understand that at this remove it's difficult to be precise as to who was in the room. The note of the meeting, if that's the appropriate way to describe this email, records in the next paragraph: the first issue discussed was the appropriate time to announce that the Northmore investigations had effectively ended, with all lines of investigation exhausted and no evidence found of criminal behaviour. Can I pause for a moment and ask you this, Sir Ben? As at the middle of October, so some weeks after you'd first been invited to announce the closure of Northmore, were you satisfied, as best you could be, that it was correct to describe all lines of investigation as having been exhausted and no evidence found of criminal behaviour?
Well, no, because I said in the third paragraph, Secretary of State asked for a detailed analysis of the letter be carried out by officials and a copy passed the independent investigation to check if anything might materially impact their investigation. If I had felt it had been, I would not have done those further recommendations.
Thank you. The first paragraph, if we just continue where we were, the timing was closely bound up with the forthcoming BBC Panorama programme on Operation Northmore and the potential to use the closure of the investigations to sensationalise allegations and accuse the MOD of cover-up. And again, recognising what you've said about any concern you might have as to presentation of your decisions in the media, can I simply ask you this? Were you concerned that the announcement of the closure of Operation Northmore might sensationalise what had happened and might lead to allegations of a cover-up?
Well, I was concerned that announcing prematurely the closing, even though the wording would not have been mine, of an investigation, when we weren't satisfied potentially that there might have been new evidence to appear, would expose us to undue haste, but also it would expose us to ridicule, effectively. That, you know, we take it seriously. I thought it was important, as I said, as the notes show here, to watch, listen, read Sunday Times, Panorama Media, and if there was anything new, both to approach the BBC and ask for that to be submitted to the military police, but also so that we could satisfy ourselves whether there was anything that we hadn't heard of as well. I think it was very, very important, and you'll see there again. I asked for detailed analysis. What it does show, however, going back to both the original submission and this submission, is there were officials keen for this to be brought to a close. And I think often when officials don't always get what they want, it keeps coming back, rotating through your entry. And that's a job of a minister, which is to say, look, I'm sorry, I've been very clear on my direction. I want us to get to the bottom of this. And for now, no, thank you very much. But in the meantime, I'd like you to take seriously whatever you read or hear or watch and follow it up and then analyse it.
Now, did you get a feel for why it was that officials were keen to close Operation Northmore and why it kept coming back into your entry?
I didn't, like a lot of policy things like that, so I didn't get a genuine, no one ever told you straight that they felt this as why or not, but I think officials, I'm speculating, but had felt this had gone on for many, many years. Their experience of IHAT and the quite a large number of vexatious claims in IHAT that caused a lot of problems and hurt the armed forces. That was the one with Phil Shiner and the likes. And I think they were keen that if the police had said at the time the investigation was closed, all lines of inquiry had finished, that therefore that maybe it should just be closed. Now, the thing that struck me is it makes not material bit of difference to whether justice can be administered if I wrote to the Defence Select Committee or anything else that the police investigation had been closed, because if someone came along with some new evidence, they would be duty bound to investigate that and not able to. You can't palm off something whether it's closed for not looking at it. And so it was a rather circular request, I felt, from the department that sort of went round in circles, because ultimately what we were trying to do is get to the bottom of it. And but I can't answer for their motives, sir.
Insofar as any official is capable of being identified who might have had a view as to whether or not it was appropriate for the announcement of the closure of Northmore to be made public, if we look to the second large paragraph in the middle of the page, it records Peter Ryan provided a brief overview of the Northmore independent investigations carried out by the RMP and overseen by the Director of Service Prosecutions, with independent assurance provided by Sir John Murphy and Mark Ellison providing a further level of assurance. The investigations had found nothing which provided evidence of criminal activity, a position confirmed by the external reviewers. So insofar as Mr. Ryan was summarising where Operation Northmore had got to, as far as he was aware, it would seem that he was conveying to you and others in the meeting that no evidence had been found to support any allegation of criminal activity.
Yes, I think that he was communicating the here and now, in that moment. But I know from previous experience in many investigations, but also we were seeing what was being unveiled in Australia, that there is always the potential for other evidence or new evidence to come to light. And in a sense, my point about it being a bit circular, I don't think, my point about being immaterial, I mean, whoever is the Secretary of State, making some grand announcement about effectively a criminal investigation, should have no bearing on that investigation insofar as the service prosecuting authorities and the police authorities. And also, the lesson of the Australian allegations showed that things came to light later. So I was very keen to always keep open, and still do to this day, that we will act on evidence before us, but we should always be open to new evidence.
If what is set out in this email and attributed to Peter Ryan is accurate, what's being summarised is that the investigators and the independent assurers, and including legal advisors, had found nothing thus far to support criminal prosecutions. So what would be wrong with announcing that that stage had been reached insofar as Operation Northmore is concerned?
Because we don't in this country close investigations. We close lines of inquiry, or we run out of lines of investigations, but fundamentally we don't close investigations that way.
What would be wrong with announcing that the lines of inquiry pursued to date had yielded no viable evidence?
Well, if you look at our answers to some of the media, or indeed our statements for the department, you'll see they are like that. They would say, some of the sort of lines put out by the department is, it would say men and women fought with bravery. This has been thoroughly investigated and it has been assured. I used to often refer to Chief Constable Murphy's and Justice Lyon's assurances. We would say words to that effect. But as I've said consistently, right, that ultimately, you would have to ask the officials why they feel it was important to say it. Indeed, I do remember being criticised by some veterans for not saying it, that it made them anxious all the time that it was never said. But I think, to some large extent, this was much more of a presentational issue than it was the reality.
Insofar as you reached a decision as to what to do in response to the letter, we see that it's set out in the next paragraph, and you'd already drawn our attention to it in answering an earlier question of mine a few moments ago. Ministers and officials discussed the recent letter from the BBC. An initial scan of the allegations within it suggested there was no new evidence being presented. Secretary of State asked that a detailed analysis of the letter be carried out by officials and a copy be passed to the independent investigators to check for anything that might materially impact their investigation. So insofar as you wanted something to be done, 2 stages to it. First, a detailed analysis by officials. And who were the officials that would carry out that analysis, please?
Well, it would be officials from DGEP who would have been in possession of many of the documents because they would be handling the judicial reviews that were in the area we were dealing with. But also they would have the relationship to some extent with the service prosecutors and the military police.
And the second stage to the 2 steps that you'd identified was that a copy be passed to the independent investigators. And by that, do you mean the Royal Military Police?
Yes,
Right. So that they, the RMP, would have an opportunity to make sure that what was written out in the letter from the BBC had already been investigated by them.
Yes. I also think this is another example that contradicts Johnny Mercer's assertion that I was not a curious, inquisitive Secretary of State on this issue. It's yet another document you have which shows me going beyond the recommendations or refusing it and investigating it further.
And then lastly, a letter should be sent to the BBC saying we had received the letter and passed it to the independent investigators. The MOD should not respond on any individual points. The Secretary of State instructed, and this is the penultimate entry, that we should not announce the closing down of the investigation until after the Panorama programme aired. Now,
because we don't know what would be aired.
In which case that means that I don't need to ask the question I was about to ask. So thank you very much, Sir Ben. Can we turn on, please, with your help, to divider number 5, which takes us on a few more days to the 24th of October. Your Exhibit 5, our page 20 within the bundle, Sir Ben. And again, if you want to follow where you are in your witness statement, you'll find it. It's your paragraph 21, page 7 of the statement. If we look together, please, to the note that was sent to you from Ben Sanders at DGEP, dated the 24th of October of 2019 and headed Panorama and Northmore Handling. Issue: how to address the allegations raised in the Panorama letter. That, of course, is the letter that we've just looked at a moment or two ago. Timing pressing. Panorama have set a deadline of tomorrow for MOD to respond. Recommendation that you note: it seems certain that a number of damaging allegations about individual incidents which are broadly accurate will feature in the broadcast. Nevertheless, we will be able to reject robustly the allegation pattern of cover-ups, emphasising that the service police and service prosecuting authority are independent. And then to entry 4, in all other respects, your directed approach of not engaging with the allegations before the programme airs remains viable. Can I ask you please to go back then to the first bullet point that you were invited to note under recommendation? It seems certain that a number of damaging allegations about individual incidents which are broadly accurate will feature in the broadcast. If the assessment is now being put upon the allegations that at least some of them are broadly accurate, how did that square in your mind, Sir Ben, with the assurance you've been given by Peter Ryan 8 days before that Operation Northmore had unearthed no evidence on which to prosecute anyone?
Well, I refer you to paragraph 7 further down, which says many of the allegations, including of attempting to frustrate one, bracket says non-Northmore, close brackets, RMP. So when you slightly expand broadly accurate, it seems, according to the submission, that wasn't related to Northmore. It isn't specific in the submission about what allegations, maybe it is, but it's not from my memory.
With respect to Ben, could I invite you to look at paragraph 7 again together with me, because it may be that it's easy to misread, or it may of course be my fault. Many of the allegations, if one leaves out the intervening part, many of the allegations are broadly accurate, and of the allegations, including of attempting to frustrate one non-Northmore RMP investigation. That doesn't mean that many of the allegations are all non-Northmore. Does it not mean that there are many allegations which are broadly accurate, including one which is outside of the remit of Northmore?
It could be that, yes.
The level of detail suggests that they have spoken to well-placed sources, certainly former IHAT investigators and potentially the whistleblower discredited by the Northmore investigations, who pressed for an investigation into deaths during deliberate detentions and operations. There is a risk that these sources will have provided Panorama with documents that will enable them to substantiate these allegations. So again, Sir Ben, this is some 8 days or so after Peter Ryan has given you the assurance that the investigation conducted by Northmore and overseen by independent assessors has produced no credible evidence upon which to found a prosecution. And now you're being advised by DJEP and by Ben Sanders that many of the allegations Panorama is about to air are broadly accurate, and there is actually a risk that Panorama will have access to documents that will enable them to substantiate the allegations they are making. How did that square, please, Sir Ben, with what had previously been said only a few days before, which was the effect, this has all been looked at and there's no evidence?
Well, I think, first of all, I would take, if you look at the recommendations 1 to 4, it does also, however, says that nevertheless in 3.2 we will be able to reject robustly the alleged pattern of cover-ups. So I think what is maybe missing from this submission is which allegations specifically and individual incidents are they referring to, and does it reach a level of evidence that should be of concern. And then if we add that to the fact I ask that we then write to the BBC to make those allegations available to the military police, not to DJEP, but to the military, the police authorities, my expectation would be that if paragraph 3.1 were therefore materially impacting on the investigations of murder or unlawful killing, then that evidence would be addressed, interrogated, and indeed used by the military police.
Can we look together at paragraph 8 for a moment? These allegations are what we know from the Iraq and Afghan litigation about patterns of conduct make it impossible to characterise all of the allegations arising from those operations as vexatious and spurious.
That's correct.
And again, when you saw that DJEP were categorising it as impossible to dismiss the allegations as vexatious and spurious, did you pause to think there might be more to this than I was told previously?
Well, I didn't need to pause to think because I'd always thought that. Hence the reason I'd rejected the earlier advice first issued to me. I always felt that there was, as I said, not only at the beginning of this morning, but also the example of the Australian model, that there was always a potential and that you can never say never. I also was aware that, yes, there had been previous cases litigated against, or indeed, I think, inquiries, you have to correct that if I'm wrong, that had showed in Iraq abuses or law breaking. So I think it would be always wrong to say that every single thing was vexatious and spurious, but I also know there are examples of vexatious and spurious claims, such as the Phil Shiner episode from public interest lawyers, if you remember, from Iraq, which I think dealt with nearly 2,000 claims, if I'm not mistaken, or allegations, which I think ultimately ended up in Mr. Shiner being charged with fraud. So there were some vexatious claims, but there were also some claims that turned out clearly to be correct. And not just in these areas. I mean, some of them go back very, very, very long time ago.
Well, leaving aside Iraq and even earlier allegations, the note of caution being sounded out by Ben Sanders in this note to you and others is that you can't dismiss the allegations being made by Panorama as vexatious and spurious. So we're not, with respect to Ben, in the Phil Shiner territory here. The advice you're being given is, it would appear, that the allegations, many of them are broadly accurate. Did alarm bells ring in your mind when you were advised by DGEP that the allegations being made by Panorama were broadly accurate, when only a few days before Peter Ryan had told you that the investigation had unearthed no evidence?
I think what I would say is some of the allegations were spurious. If I turn to paragraph 14, the end paragraph, where the line says, "We reject your unsubstantial allegations of pattern comments. Your allegations relating to Sir General Sir Mark Carlton-Smith are untrue." So what, I'm not sure if we have the letter, I think we do have the letter in full. You'll see that some of the allegations around sort of conspiracy were absolutely, I think, of the view that they were definitely spurious and sort of sensational. David Cameron and Mark Carlton-Smith type station. I mean, have you got those allegations there?
We do. If one looks over the page to paragraph 9,
Yes.
we should continue to resist allegations of widespread systemic abuse and criminal behaviour, and we should rebut Panorama allegations about investigations and prosecution decisions being improperly influenced, and that their individual examples amount to evidence of a pattern of cover-ups. But that's not the point that I'm seeking to explore with you, Sir Ben. What you've been told in the missive from Ben Sanders is that many of the allegations are broadly accurate and that they can't be characterised as vexatious and spurious.
Yes.
Did that make you think for a moment that there might be more to this than nothing, as was said to have been found by Northmore by Peter Ryan?
Yes, and that's why I said, going way back, even in August of 2019, I believe there was always more to look for, and I continued all the way through to look for the bottom of the fact. I'm not sure if you seem to understand that. All the way through these documents, you will see me saying, indeed, there's an email from a Perm Sec asking us not to have a public inquiry. Well, I didn't listen to that because we're sitting in one. So I think my point is, all the way through, I kept open the possibility that new evidence could be presented and should be investigated, all the way through. But I was also minded, because the letter sent in full from Panorama goes beyond allegations around the actual events and suggests a wider pattern of cover-ups and conspiracy, some of which are spurious and thin, such as the Mark Carlton-Smith, David Cameron meeting, which is quite an important part of their allegations. It wasn't aired, I noticed.
When it came to the description that many of the allegations are broadly accurate, did you ask anyone which were the allegations that were broadly accurate?
I think what we started on at that stage was a process of getting to the bottom of trying to get even more, to getting all of the documents and everything else. I can't remember the actual date that I said, and I'd have to get my details, but I would certainly say that, if you remember, I was still to have my meeting with Chief Constable Murphy, which I think was in October 2019. So I was still on the hunt for my own personal assurances, and all of these meetings gave further questions that I continue to follow up.
But before you even needed to meet with Sir John Murphy, was any request made of Ben Sanders or someone else in his department for an explanation as to how it was already being assessed that many of the allegations are broadly accurate?
Well, I think what we needed to do was, as we say, we did the analysis at the time. Well, according to the submission, we got the analysis. And there was further work ongoing because of the judicial reviews. And as you will know, and I don't have the exact date, that during the process of discovery for the judicial reviews, more information came to light that was then submitted to the judicial reviews, I think the following year. Information that I think we probably would have all liked to have seen as ministers earlier stages.
So Ben, you said earlier, in accordance with the document that we'd looked at, that there were two steps you wanted done. First, you wanted a detailed analysis to be done of the BBC's claims, and secondly, the details should also be passed to the RMP so that they were aware of the allegations. You now have a document from the Department for Judicial Engagement where it appears that the detailed examination has been done, because Ben Sanders writes to you that many of the allegations are broadly accurate. So if that is correct, step one in your two-step plan has been carried out. Namely,
no, I didn't take that at face value, because that's what... Well, if I took it at face value, I'd have cancelled my meeting with Chief Constable Murphy and not continued to try and investigate in this process.
Well, before you met with...
But I mean, I did have the meeting after this. I could have cancelled it. I could have taken DJEP at face value, said, well, that's all fine. But I didn't, did I?
Before you met with Sir John Murphy, did you ask for further clarifications as to how it was that DJEP had assessed many of the allegations as broadly accurate?
Well, I can't tell you, but I can refer back to the inquiry with the details of when we asked Ben Sanders and other officials to restart or start the process of absolutely going through every document we could get our hands on. And Ben Sanders, I think in the following year, spent a huge amount of time, literally taken off all duties to get to the bottom of many, many documents, some of which we discovered were then submitted, obviously, under candor to the judicial review. So they were... I mean, if I had taken that at face value, that wouldn't have happened. Wouldn't have had my meeting with Chief Constable Murphy, and I'd have said, well, it's all fine and we can all send a letter to whoever people want to send a letter to. I didn't. My actions show that I didn't take it at face value, but also that was one submission compared to all the other submissions that were busy saying all was fine.
Leaving aside the other submissions that said all was fine, when one has a submission from DJEP which says all is in fact not fine, is that the sort of submission that one needs to pay attention to, Sir Ben?
I did pay attention to it. We are sitting in a public inquiry to get to the bottom of it.
Well, we're sitting in a public inquiry in 2024. I'm asking you, sir, about 2019.
Yes.
And about your response to being told that, in fact, many of the allegations are broadly accurate.
Yes.
Were you worried when you read that?
Well, I've said I've never strayed from my belief that there may be more evidence out there. So I think worry is the wrong way. My point was, I took the view that if there was more evidence out there, BBC, in my letter to the BBC, please, will you pass that to the relevant police authorities and they can investigate. I mean, that I wouldn't have put that in a letter if I thought it was fine. And I was always trying to seek the evidence required.
But, and again, I don't mean to labour the point, Sir Ben, but we're not talking about the possibility of more evidence out there or seeking further evidence. An assessment has been done by DJEP on what they already have in their possession, and they have concluded many of the allegations are broadly accurate. They're not, and I don't mean to be facetious, but they're not guessing here. They have done the detailed analysis of material in their possession, and a conclusion is reached that many of the allegations are broadly accurate. At that stage, did you then think to yourself, it's not a case of asking for more evidence in the future, I need something more to be done about what we've already got?
Well, I think
Mr. Glasgow's point is that Ben Sanders was saying to you, in effect, there was already evidence which suggested that the allegations were, quotes, broadly accurate.
Well, I think, sir, the subsequent action of Ben Sanders and his task to discover even more documents was part of the department and my desire to get to the bottom of this and make sure that we completely complied with candour insofar as the judicial reviews. And again, I would need a timeline to know our relationship between the October 2019 and the in parallel judicial reviews that were going on, because that also had an effect on both the actions of people like my officials and what they were servicing at any one moment in time. And I think, secondly, the actions that what I would like to see, and I don't have, is what detailed analysis they submitted alongside this letter to show they had carried out the analysis. But I think what I would also say is, if you look at the actual public-facing MOD spokesperson's comment we made as a result of this submission, it doesn't rule out or throw anything out other than asking the BBC refer it to the Independent, and indeed they are rightly independent from me as the MOD. We could have, if I'd ignored this, I could have just produced the earlier submissions and said nothing to answer here, it's all closed.
Among the number of people to whom this document was sent by Ben Sanders, if we look together to the third page, which is our page 22, Sir Ben, you'll see that it was copied to Johnny Mercer. He's the third of the individuals identified. It was copied to his private secretary, I should say. Your page 22.
Okay, yeah.
Copies to, third one down,
Yes.
private secretary Min DPV.
Yeah.
Do you recall now whether you discussed with Johnny Mercer the fact that he had spoken to you about rumours, but it now seems that DJEP had assessed the allegations as being broadly accurate?
I can't recall discussing this particular submission with Johnny Mercer, and I would need to know if he probably was in attendance of the meeting. He could well have been at the time, but I'm not aware if he was. But my discussion with Johnny Mercer was always ongoing.
You've told us on a number of occasions that you had a meeting in October. And can I please take you in your witness statement first of all? Bottom of page 7, paragraph 22. A meeting on the 28th of October attended by a number of persons, including Damien Parmenter.
Mm-hmm.
You believe that it appears likely that it was at or around the time of this meeting on the 28th of October that you were shown a letter that had been written by N1785 and sent to N1802. If I allow you to get your bearings, you'll find it in the red file, Spen. You'll find that those ciphers are set out behind divider number 1.
Yeah, got it.
And if you recall the letter, because it was dealt with when I opened the allegations to the inquiry many months ago, it was to the effect that a report was made by N1785 to N1802 that confessions to the murder of Afghan civilians during the course of DDOs taking place have been carried out by UKSF. And in very broad terms, do you recollect the nature of the letter that you were shown either at or around this meeting on the 28th of October?
I would say my memory is of the gist of it rather than the wording of it.
I was not expecting word-for-word recall some 4 or 5 years on.
But yes, I do remember it. But it wasn't... wasn't naturally raised with me, or it wasn't raised with me. I had to find out that it existed and then ask to see it.
Now, can I please ask you a little bit about that? Do I understand from what you've just told us, Sir Ben, that you became aware that there was a letter that you would want to have a look at, and that you then had to make inquiries to be provided with a copy of that letter?
Yes, it took time for my request and the letter to appear. And it was important for me because it was around the appointment of N7185 to another position.
It's 1785.
Yeah, to another position.
Thank you.
I wanted to satisfy myself what was about before I did so.
Can you remember now who it was that, and I'm not asking for the name at this stage, but can you remember now who it was that brought to your attention the fact that there was a letter in existence which you would need to have sight of at some point?
No, I can't.
In terms of the letter itself, was it easy for you to get access to the letter?
Well, it was clearly classified, and I got it. I mean, I can't tell you the timescale between asking and getting, and I would need to check what the timescale was for the appointment of N1785 to another post, and that may give me a clue of when exactly I examined it. But it was, I think it was one of those issues that you spot somewhere buried in the back of documents or submissions, and you ask, it's like a footnote or something, and you ask to see it, rather than it being, you should be aware of this.
Right, so although you can't remember with any great clarity, and that's not a criticism, your recollection is that there was a reference to the existence of this document in something that was provided to you either in a footnote or somewhere else, and that you identified the potential significance of that reference and then made the request to view the document and in due course were provided with it.
Yes.
Having subsequently read the letter, would you have expected it to be not just buried in a footnote, but given much greater prominence?
I would have expected N1802 to act in accordance with the Armed Forces Act on receipt of that, which the law requires that person to make a complaint to the military police or make that allegation known. That is what I would have expected. That's what the law requires them to do so. But if we remember, the letter was dated in 2011, so a lot of water had both gone under the bridge, but also by that stage, these things were being looked at in the judicial reviews, where the government conceded under ECHR, I think for Northmore, had conceded, or one of the, I think it's Northmore, had conceded the lack of timeliness in the response to investigate. So I would have done, that's what I would have expected, but that was nearly 10 years previously, but ultimately, yes, that's what the law says.
And as regards the submission that you received in which you saw this referred to buried, would you have expected it, given the nature of the document itself, to have been given greater prominence in the submission rather than just buried in a footnote?
I think it's a very important document, and what actions followed subsequent to it is incredibly important to this inquiry and anything else. Why didn't certain people follow the Armed Forces Act and act in the way that they are expected to do so? I think by that stage we were pretty well into some of the two judicial reviews already, and I think if I were to describe what was going on, is the same officials that come and see me about what Panorama was doing were the very same officials dealing with the judicial reviews in the courts at the same time, and I think for some of them they too were discovering documents that they hadn't seen previously as well. And I think that's why, at a moment I tasked Ben Sanders to do this completely comprehensive, I think it took him weeks or months to go through documents that should have already been both served up to the court, but should already have been properly indexed and filed and available. I need to get those dates, but I remember having a meeting in 2020 on them.
On reading the letter, was it immediately obvious to you that it was potentially significant?
Yes, I mean, the thing to remember, I'm just trying to get the right cipher here, N1785 was a highly respected, capable officer with high integrity. And so a letter from that individual will always raise concerns, or should have always raised concerns. You know, I think those are questions for other people about what happened subsequently, but, you know, I learnt about it roughly a decade on off that letter. But yes, it did. And I had a meeting with him before the appointment to the new post to ask if he was satisfied with where we were now on that issue. Because by then we were in the judicial review phases, I think, and he knew that we were trying to get to the bottom of it.
Can I just check that I've understood? You said you had a meeting with N1785
Yes.
to ask him whether he was satisfied
That his concerns raised in the original letter a decade ago was now being taken seriously and being dealt with. Now, obviously he didn't have the privilege to all the widest actions of the department and the police investigators, but it was very important to me to establish that.
Aside from the two of you, was anyone else present at that meeting?
I can't recall.
And do you know if any notes were taken of that meeting?
I can't recall. I can try and look to get some diary dates for that.
Given the potential significance of the meeting and what was discussed, do you think it likely that notes would have been taken of such a meeting?
They should have been.
Or
I will. I'm sure the Ministry of Defence is sitting in the room. We can find in.
I suspect a request from you, Sir Ben, carries a little more force than a question from us.
Okay.
We'd be very grateful if
Yeah.
You could assist. Thank you very much indeed. Can I just try to finish this topic, if I may, before we break for lunch?
Indeed.
Recognising, as you did on reading that letter, that it had potential significance to the allegations that were being made, what steps, if any, did you take to find out whether an investigation had been conducted into the allegations that had been raised in the letter in 2011?
Well, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, those were the Northmore investigations.
Did you seek to find out whether that letter that you had sight of following your identifying its potential relevance in a footnote, did you want to find out whether the RMP had even had sight of that letter?
Well, I presume as it appeared as a footnote or in a document to me or a reference, that the military police within the last decade would have had sight. I don't know. I didn't establish whether they did or didn't, but if it was genuinely by that stage referenced and I had sight of it when I requested it, I made a presumption that the police investigation in 2012, 2013 will have seen that letter. I mean, and I'd have to refresh my memory, but the letter itself, if memory serves me right, maybe it was highly specific. I can just remember the view or a concern that N1785 had heard from others, a concern about what had been going on in Afghanistan.
And
So, I mean, I'm happy to refresh my memory if I can have access to that letter.
Of course, if that's necessary, we can make that available to you, and I'm happy to have a break now if that's a convenient moment. And if it's thought appropriate for you to have sight of a copy, then you must indeed have a sight of it, Sir Ben. I'm afraid I have to confess, I thought since you'd raised it in your statement to us that you would have had an opportunity to look at it before completing your statement, but that's my mistake.
I think as Johnny Mercer's evidence mentions, he was given sight of it and then it was taken away. So no, I mean, but the points for me still stood, which was a very respected member of the community had raised concerns. He had raised it up the chain of command, and that individual should, in accordance with the Armed Forces Act, make a complaint to the military police. What I was not privy to was what actually happened in 2011. It was a decade before, so I don't know. I still don't know, and no doubt you will hear from these individuals at the inquiry what they then did.
Well, did you ask anyone what had happened 10 years ago? I've had sight of a potentially significant letter that was written back in 2011. Can anyone tell me what happened? Was this acted on? Was it investigated?
I knew there was a police investigation, so I made a presumption that that letter, by that stage, a decade later, had been seen by the military police. And I think, if my memory serves me correctly, and I stand to be corrected, that Chief Inspector Murphy had been aware of that. And when I had my meeting with him, I think it was mentioned then.
Well, perhaps that would be a convenient moment. Thank you very much for your help, Sir Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Glasgow. We'll adjourn now, please, until 2 o'clock. Thank you.
What time is it? I think we're good to go with the restriction order.
2 minutes.
Good morning. This is an open hearing of the independent inquiry into matters relating to Afghanistan. Please ensure that all mobile phones and other personal electronic devices are either switched off or in silent mode. Please may I also draw to your attention to the fact that the chair of the inquiry, Lord Justice Haddon Cave, has made a restriction order dated the 5th of September 2024 in relation to the conduct of those who are attending the hearing. The full order is displayed on the inquiry website and on the door of this court and of the media annex, but I will summarise its purpose. The first part of the order, which applies to this and to all future hearings of the inquiry, prohibits any person from making an audio or video recording of inquiry proceedings from within the hearing rooms without the express permission of the chair. Furthermore, no person may take a photograph in any room in which the inquiry proceedings are taking place and at a time the inquiry is sitting without the express permission of the chair. For the avoidance of doubt, both of these prohibitions extend to the hearing in the media annex. The second part of the order, which applies to the hearing scheduled to take place today and tomorrow, if the evidence is not concluded today, arises as the live stream of these inquiry proceedings via YouTube will purposely be subject to a 10-minute delay. Where those who have supplied evidence to the inquiry have applied to restrict information from publication outside of the inquiry, in some instances, the chair has made the restriction orders, the effect of which is to protect that information. A restriction order prohibits the use, publication, or dissemination of the information that it covers. In the event that something is said during the course of this hearing which may breach a restriction order made by the chair, the evidence may be halted and the hearing room and annex may be cleared for closed legal submissions as to whether any restriction order has been breached, and the live stream YouTube recording will be temporarily stopped for this period. Counsel to the inquiry, or the solicitor to the inquiry, must be informed of any request to make an application for a restriction order in relation to anything that has been said or done in the inquiry hearing room in the preceding 10 minutes. If an application is made for a restriction order in relation to anything that has been said or done in the inquiry hearing room in the preceding 10 minutes, anything that was said or done during that period is subject to a restriction order prohibiting its disclosure, repetition or duplication until the chair has finally determined the application. Every restriction order is subject to a penal notice. This means that any breach of any element of the restriction orders may be certified to the High Court or the Court of Session, who will have the power to fine or imprison anyone found to have been in breach of the order. Court rise.
Good morning. Before calling today's witness, who will be Sir Ben Wallace, I'd like to give a brief update about the work of the inquiry since the last public hearing on the 3rd of May. I do so because, for reasons that I hope are well understood, much of the work of the inquiry and its hearings has, by necessity, to take place enclosed, for reasons set out in my original rulings on restriction orders, including reasons of national security, and the fact that it is only possible for the inquiry to hold open hearings on a limited number of occasions, like today, does not mean that a great deal of important work has and is going on, and witnesses' evidence is being heard in the meantime. To recap, in the first quarter or so of this year, the inquiry heard the first part of the complaints and concerns evidence, namely evidence from military witnesses who raised and shared concerns at the time as to the activities of UKSF-1 when conducting deliberate detention operations in Helmand during the period mid-2010 to mid-2013. The inquiry completed the first two phases of the DDO investigation strategy, namely the inquiry's investigation approach into the contemporaneous documentation and operational staff work generated during the planning and conduct of DDOs, details of which are set out on the inquiry website. The result of these intensive tranches of work by the inquiry team in respect of DDO phases 1 and 2 is that the inquiry is now in a position to identify from the hundreds of DDOs which took place between mid-2010 and mid-2013, in respect of which there are important unanswered questions and/or unexplained events. There remains phase 3 of the DDO investigation strategy. This has so far involved selecting a further sample of DDOs and seeking disclosure of all relevant material held by the MOD in respect of them, and will in due course involve witness statements being obtained from particular service personnel and subsequent evidential hearings held involving those witnesses. I called a public hearing on the 3rd of May this year because of regrettable delays by the Ministry of Defence meeting deadlines for disclosure and responding to the inquiry's Rule 9 requests. And most significantly, it transpired that disclosure in respect of DDO Phase 3 was going to be delayed by 6 months. It was fairly accepted by Mr. O'Connor KC at that hearing, who unreservedly apologised on behalf of the MOD that the MOD had failed to appreciate the scale of the disclosure task and had failed adequately to resource their disclosure team, and he informed me that immediate steps were being taken at a high level to remedy the situation. I understand that a number of steps have since been taken by the MOD to increase resourcing, in particular recruitment of suitable personnel and the obtaining of disclosure software. And Phase 3 material is now coming through. This is welcome, and the inquiry team are keeping the situation under review. The inquiry team has remained agile and pressed on, and I'm pleased to report that whilst DDO Phase 3 has had to be put back, there has been considerable progress in the last 4 months in other important areas. Principally, the inquiry heard the second part of complaints and concerns and received evidence from further UKSF and associated witnesses about the contemporaneous concerns raised, that UKSF-1 were engaged in a campaign of executing Afghan males in Helmand during these operations, during the period in question, which was being deliberately covered up. It's anticipated that detailed gists of the evidence of complaints and concerns, witnesses, will be posted on the inquiry website this autumn. Consideration is also being given to the gisting of DDO Phase 1 and DDO Phase 2 evidence, insofar as this is possible, consistent with national security and my restriction orders. Second, preparations are well in hand for the next tranche of hearings to take place this autumn, when the inquiry will hear from witnesses who've made direct contact with the inquiry team, many of whom who have used the confidential and secure methods set out on the inquiry website. This evidence is relevant to a number of aspects of the inquiry's terms of reference, including the allegations that UKSF were engaged in a campaign of extrajudicial killings. The individuals who have approached the inquiry directly have done so with my assurance that the inquiry will take all appropriate measures to ensure confidentiality and to protect identities. For obvious reasons, it is likely that most, if not all, these hearings will need to take place enclosed. The inquiry has indicated in a CTI note prepared and published on the inquiry website that in the case of some IIA confidential witnesses, it may be necessary to hold what are called restricted closed hearings, namely closed hearings where the only people present will be myself and a limited number of appropriately cleared members of the inquiry team and no one else. We've received submissions on this proposal from all core participants. I've considered these submissions and am satisfied that restricted closed hearings are an option that I may direct, subject to the inquiry providing information and gists about such hearings where possible and appropriate. However, to the fullest extent possible, these IIA witness statements and oral evidence will be gisted in the normal way and made available to core participants and published on the inquiry website. The model to which the inquiry is working, which has enabled the considerable progress to date, is to progress the work streams and hearings in relation to all three main questions under the terms of reference at the same time. Namely, 1, is there credible information as to extrajudicial killings? 2, were they covered up? 3, was the Royal Military Police inquiry fit for purpose? With this in mind, thirdly, work has been going on simultaneously in relation to the preparation of an expert's report regarding the Royal Military Police and Operation Northmore. Notification as to the date of publication of this expert's report will be made in due course. Fourthly, by way of update, the inquiry is also in the process of instructing forensic experts to assist with the analysis of selected deliberate detention operations. Currently, experts from 3 disciplines will be instructed. A bloodstain pattern analysis expert to consider the blood stain patterns in the evidence published. A ballistics expert to consider evidence relating to the use of firearms, and a pathologist to consider the injuries on the deceased as depicted in the evidence. The inquiry will continue to keep all core participants appraised of the developments relating to these work streams and will provide a further update in due course. Finally, I'm very grateful for the early expression of support from the new Secretary of State, the Right Hon. John Healey, MP, who in his all-staff letter of the 31st of July said, quote, "My ministers and I reiterate our strong support for the inquiry and urge full cooperation from all defence personnel and veterans who possess information relevant to the inquiry terms of reference to come forward and support the inquiry. This can be facilitated by the MOD or by contacting the inquiry directly and confidentially. We recognise that the inquiry may be stressful, bringing up complex and mixed feeling for you and your families. Accordingly, we will do all we can to support those impacted, including through the provision of full legal and pastoral support, with full confidentiality for as long as they need. I repeat again the importance of proactive cooperation by everyone, without me having to resort to my statutory powers, in order that this inquiry can report within a reasonable timescale, in accordance with the terms of reference. I remind those who have not already done so that you can get in touch with the inquiry directly and confidentially using one of the secure methods explained on the inquiry website. I intend to give an update on the future timetable and timescale of the inquiry early in the new year, after I have assessed progress and delivery in this next important quarter. Thank you. I'll rise for Sir Ben Wallace to be brought in and assume the witness stand.
He can stay straight in there, it's fine. But he doesn't take the oath till the judge comes in.
Sir Ben, thank you for coming to give evidence to the inquiry today. We've got plenty of time, as you know, so do take as much time as you wish. And we'll be taking regular breaks during the day. Can Sir Ben be sworn, please?
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Glasgow.
Please, sir. Could you please give the court your full name?
Robert Ben Wallace.
Ben, you have in front of you a number of different files, and can I check that we have the same material? First, you have the black file that you've opened, and in that will be your witness statement to the inquiry, together with the exhibits attached to it. And in case it makes it easier for you, what we've done is we've put a treasury tag through your witness statement in case you want to remove it from that file to give access to both the witness statement and the exhibits.
Yes, I've got that. Thank you.
You have on your far right a red file which identifies the gisting for certain individuals and bodies, and when we come to refer to anything that shouldn't be referred to in open, I'll invite you to look at that if necessary. But if at any stage a mistake is made by you, please do not worry about it. We've got the opportunity to correct anything because there is a delay on the live feed.
Yes, thank you very much.
And then to your right, you've brought in with you your own copy of the same documents that we have in the black file. Is that correct?
Yes, there's nothing additional. It's just if I have to refer to something, I know where they are. It's the same thing.
In the event that you need to swap between one or other folder, please do so. Yeah. Let us know. And if at any stage you find yourself confused as to where we are or what document we are looking at, will you let me know, because that will be my fault and not yours.
Yes, thank you.
Now, just dealing first of all with your exhibits and your statement. The statement is dated the 8th of February of this year, and attached to it were some 15 exhibits. And would you like that statement to stand as your evidence to the inquiry?
Yes, please.
Now, what I'd like to do, please, and I hope to help you by setting out a little of the areas I'd like to touch upon. We're going, I hope, to deal with your evidence in a chronological order. It may involve moving around in your statement a little bit because you very kindly answered our specific questions in the order in which they were asked, but on occasions I'd like to just try to deal with it chronologically to help you. And again, we may deal with some of the exhibits not in the order in which they've been provided by you. That's no fault of yours, but again, I'd like to help you with putting them in order. To start with, please, Sir Ben, what I'd like to do is to have a little help from you about first your military career and second your political career. And I don't need all of the details of either, but to help everyone understand the relevant experience that you had that has eventually led you to appear before this inquiry. If we deal very briefly with your military career, and if I step over anything that I shouldn't have done and you need to correct me, please tell me. But you set that out very helpfully on the second page of your witness statement in our paragraph number 5. And you'd identified that you had attended the Royal Military Academy in Sandhurst and had been commissioned as an officer in the Scots Guards in 1991.
Yes.
And you'd set out that you had served in Northern Ireland, in Germany, in Cyprus and in Central America, and that your period of active service ended in 1998 when you transferred to the reserves.
Yes.
And although obvious given the countries that I've just identified, for the purposes of clarity only, at any stage did you serve in Afghanistan?
No.
As to your political career, if you turn back, please, Sir Ben, to page 1 and to your paragraph 4, first of all. You were, at the time of writing the witness statement in February of this year, still a serving member of Parliament, and you'd set out that you had been first elected in 2005. In terms of posts that you had held, you had been the Parliamentary Private Secretary to the then Secretary of State for Justice, Ken Clarke, between 2010 and 2014. You had then, following the 2015 general election, been appointed the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State in the Northern Ireland office. And then between July 2016 and July 2019, Minister of State for Security at the Home Office. But can we just deal with the last of your cabinet appointments, which is the most relevant for the purposes of your evidence today? Between the 24th of July of 2019 and the 31st of August of 2023, were you appointed Secretary of State for Defence?
Yes.
As to that, please, and again hoping to deal with this in by way of summary rather in total detail, could I just invite you, if you wouldn't mind, to look, please, to our page 3 and to paragraph 9, because you provided there a little more detail about the Secretary of State for Defence and, in particular, your role.
Yeah.
You'd identified that in your role as Secretary of State for Defence, you had overall responsibility for the business of the MOD, which at that stage employed over 220,000 military and civilian personnel and had a budget of almost £53 billion.
Yes.
Your responsibilities included the strategic operations and operational strategy of the MOD. It also included defence planning, programme and resource allocation, and heading up the UK's strategic international partnerships and the UK's nuclear operations. And did you also at that time have responsibilities which straddled both the policy and the operational functions of the MOD?
Yes.
And were you supported in your role by 4 ministers, namely the Minister for the Armed Forces, the Minister for Defence Procurement, the Minister for Defence People and Veterans, now known as the Minister for Defence People and Families, and lastly the Minister for Defence in the House of Lords?
Yes.
Before we embark on any more detail of your evidence, you were served with a request for evidence under the rule line of the inquiry rules in December of 2023. And in that document, the inquiry had asked you a number of specific questions which you have very kindly answered. What I'm going to do, sir, is to take you through those questions and your answers and to try to focus your evidence on the particular matters that we invited your attention to in December of last year. Can I check that in addition to the exhibits that you have provided to us, have you had an opportunity to review the witness statement of Johnny Mercer?
Yes.
As well as a transcript of the evidence that he gave to this inquiry?
I watched his transcript. I watched his evidence on the streaming service.
Thank you very much indeed. Now again, we will come to deal with some of what he had to say in his witness statement as well as some of what he said to the inquiry. And if at any stage I don't ask you something that you think is important, will you stop me and ask me to make up anything clear to you or to give you the opportunity to make something clear to the inquiry?
Yes, if I could just make the point, you said earlier that the importance of being Defence Secretary at the heart of what this is questioned. There are 2 notes. I was also the Northern Ireland Minister, which is where I first came across the extensive levels of inquiries into state killings as alleged and described in Northern Ireland, and that was my first experience of the legal challenges around both investigating the past and indeed trying to resolve some of those issues. And secondly, my bio misses out, I was also a government whip, I think from 2014 to 2016.
Thank you very much indeed. Since you've touched upon the questions of investigations into allegations of killings, can we turn then straight away with your help in your witness statement to paragraph 10? So if you can I take you back, please? It will be to the bottom of page 3 and overleaf to the top of page 4. You were asked there about handover communications that you had received and steps that you took upon assuming office that might be relevant to the inquiry's terms of reference. Can I ask you this, focusing, if I can please, on the question of Operation Northmore? We know, of course, that you've told us that you became Secretary of State for Defence in late July 2019. And at that stage, Operation Northmore was already a well-established investigation. When you took over as Secretary of State for Defence, were you provided with any handover or information that related specifically to the RMP inquiry, Operation Northmore?
Well, first of all, as relation to your question in the original statement, there was no verbal handover at all from my predecessors. Sadly, that is a characteristic of most governments. It's in and out very quickly. Secondly, I wasn't given a detailed handover at all of Northmore insofar as it came to my attention, as I said in the statement, really at first, when I was first given the submission requesting that I grant or write to the Defence Committee to tell them that we were closing down, I think was the correct phrase, that they wanted to do the investigation. And that is when I started to seek more information. Obviously, having come from being Security Minister, I've been focused on all the other areas right up until the day I walked into the new office. So it is, I was focused on threats at home rather than threats abroad.
And it may be at this remove difficult to say to what extent you had any prior knowledge of Operation Northmore before you became Secretary of State for Defence. But can you think now whether it's something that you were aware of?
If I was aware of it, it was only something that was sort of chattering in the background of the media. I mean, I had not been exposed to it in a sense as security minister in any form or manner. And if I did, I would have to go back and check the record. But ultimately, as this was a Royal Military Police lead, it is highly unlikely it would have come across my desk as security minister at the time in the Home Office.
In which case, can with your help we turn please in the black file to look behind divider 1. That is your first exhibit, Sir Ben, and that is the document you just referred to a moment ago.
Yes.
And we have available here what is described as an Afghan Legacy Investigations update. It's dated as we look at the document. If I pause for a moment so that the document can be brought up on the screen. Thank you very much indeed. We can see that the document itself bears a date in the top left corner of the 5th of August 2019. So only a matter of days or so after you had been appointed Secretary of State for Defence. If we look across to the right-hand side, we can see there is a box which is provided by a receipt stamp for the Ministerial Support Unit, and it appears from that this document has been stamped with a date of sometime in September 2019. It's difficult to make out on the copy that we've got. It may be that it's possibly the 9th of September, but can you see just beneath the name for Ben Sanders, we can see what appears to be SEP for September and then 2019.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of this document, which is obviously one that you are familiar with, Sir Ben, can I just ask you this before we look at any of its particular detail? Again, I appreciate it's a very difficult question, and if you can't answer it, of course you should say. But can you remember now how early in September you had sight of a document that it was in fact dated the 5th of August?
I can't exactly remember. I would suggest that my special advisor's notes would probably tell if he was in the room, and I would recommend the inquiry access those detailed notes if they haven't as yet. I mean, for what it is worth, whether it is the first week of September or the second week of September versus the 5th of August, I'm not entirely sure that it makes a difference to my subsequent actions as a result of it.
And this note, as we look at it, we can see it provides initially recommendations for you, and then also on our first page it provides some background and then various other details over leaf. Again, doing your best to cast your mind back, Sir Ben, to the first time you looked at this. Was this the first opportunity that you had to consider the extent of the allegations at that stage being investigated by the Royal Military Police?
Sorry, just say that again.
Was this the first opportunity that you had to consider the extent of the allegations being investigated by the Royal Military Police?
Yes. I mean, I have long enough experience as a minister to be wary of a submission that arrives not long after appointment into the job, but also to not take submissions at face value, especially when it is asking you to do something that felt not normal. We don't close investigations in this country. We run out of lines of inquiry. And I remember the language used was in itself sort of raised a flag. And so then I set about asking more questions to get to the bottom of this before I was going to commit myself to any letter or otherwise. Just out of note, the handwriting on the top of the page is not my handwriting. I presume it is from one of my private secretaries as notes of it. But that was the first time that I said, okay, look, before I myself take responsibility and send a letter to a Defence Committee, I would like to know more about it.
Before we consider your actions upon receiving this document for the first time, can we just look at the recommendations it made and invited you to consider? We see those set out in paragraph 3, and it invites you to take note of a number of matters. That the RMP had established Operation Northmore in March 2014 to provide coherence to investigations of allegations connected with detention in Afghanistan. Operation Northmore has examined 675 allegations by 159 complainants. These ranged in seriousness from alleged instances of non-criminal cultural insensitivity to allegations of assault and of unlawful killing during arrest operations. If I pause for a moment, if you weren't already aware of the extent, both in terms of number, but also in terms of seriousness of the allegations being looked at by Operation Northmore, would it be fair to observe that these first 2 paragraphs under the recommendations would have made it very clear to you the serious allegations being looked at by the Royal Military Police?
Yes, but all these allegations are serious, whether it is IHAT in Iraq, whether it is Northmore, or indeed whether it is the other investigations or inquiries that were going on. Any allegation of a member of the state using lethal force out with international law or the law is very serious. So it's not specifically because of the submission, it's fundamentally to the tenets of what we stand for.
Thank you. We see that what is then set out in subparagraph 3, on the 15th of July, the Provost Marshal declared the investigation phase of Operation Northmore complete. No one has been charged or prosecuted for any offence, as the statutory threshold for referring cases to the Director of Service Prosecutions was not met in any case. So, as was clear from that recommendation, the assessment that had been made by the Provost Marshal Army was that there was insufficient evidence to bring charges of any criminal wrongdoing against anyone who'd been investigated.
Well, I think what I would have taken all these things is nothing is complete. All the way through this, my view has been, that it's always based on the evidence you have before you, and if any new evidence appears, it is perfectly possible that a prosecution of any type could be could happen. So I think a better writing of the submission, or that I wrote it, would have said something like complete with the available evidence before them. But fundamentally, I have never changed from the position that evidence could become available that would allow a prosecution or might reach the threshold for a prosecution. It was never. So and as you know, the paragraph 3 actually calls it itself a recommendation, but points 1 to 5 are points, and there was only one recommendation in it, which is at point 4, which is to agree to write to the Defence Committee, which I didn't.
Thank you. Can we then look very briefly at 4 before we turn to point 5, and then I'll ask you about what it was that you were being recommended to do, Sir Ben. Point 4 identifies the investigative and litigation consequences of operations in Iraq and Afghanistan raised challenging presentational issues. We had intended to take a low-key and primarily reactive approach to Operation Northmore with a view to a wider-ranging announcement in the autumn. Insofar as there are investigative and litigation consequences which raise challenging presentational issues, did you understand what that meant?
I think you could take it lots of different ways. I mean, one of the natures of these type of investigations and inquiries is they are accompanied by a journalistic narrative quite a lot, and therefore that generates either pressure, prejudices, or whatever, depending on the accuracy of those reports. And therefore, I think it is very important that we stuck to a very clear line of following the rule of law and the process that takes us to making certain decisions. It has been the nature, even way before my time as well, that operating in this area is very hard. It is often characterised by media reports, some accurate, some inaccurate, before the judicial process. And you will know, I've forwarded it to the inquiry today, the letter from the Panorama that arrived with a sort of 24 hours notice, making fairly wide allegations to me about me, I felt that would undermine this inquiry to answer their questions before, Sir, you had the opportunity to question me on it. And I think that's part of the problem we face. I understand why in our open democracy we have to do this. It's very important charges. They're very serious charges. But ultimately, I think that's what this means when it comes to presentation.
Thank you. Can we then look, please, to the last of the recommendations, or at least the last of the paragraphs within the recommendation section, which contains the recommendation? BBC's Panorama are finalising a programme which we expect to be highly critical on the historical criminal investigations from Afghanistan and Iraq. Although the timing is unclear, this could potentially air as soon as mid-August. It would be advantageous for the Ministry of Defence to announce the closure of Operation Northmore in advance. Now, in terms of the proposal that you were being invited to adopt there, Sir Pen, what was being set out, it would appear, is a warning to you that there is about to be a television programme by Panorama which will make highly critical observations of the investigations into both Afghanistan and Iraq. And you were being invited, because it was, it said, highly advantageous to do this, to announce the closure of Operation Northmore before the programme could be aired. And is that a correct understanding of what that recommendation meant?
That is the recommendation. It's not the recommendation I took. It is also wrong in its assertion about advantageous. It is also equally disadvantageous should I announce the closure of it and Panorama or the Sunday Times produce new evidence. I was always conscious that in all of this, despite what you may think about politicians' relationship with the media, you should always, as a minister, be open to suggestions and criticisms and points from the media, from colleagues in the House of Lords and the House of Commons, and indeed suggestions by courts in court cases ongoing. It is a foolish minister that shuts their mind to any of it. So I would have probably, as I did with quite a few of my submissions, disagreed with some of these things, and as you know, I didn't progress with that recommendation.
In any way, could you see that there was an advantage for the MOD to announce the closure of Operation Northmore in advance of the Panorama programme?
No advantage whatsoever.
You were given, in addition to the recommendation, a proposed draft that you send to the Defence Committee as to the closure of Operation Northmore. And given what you've just said and what you had already told us, at any stage did you adopt that proposal and send such a letter to the Defence Committee?
I'm not sure if I ever did send it. I certainly didn't send it in its early form and at this stage. I remember it being raised subsequently, and I think in a verbal by officials, but I was much more focused on trying to get to the bottom of where we were with it, and being able to make it very clear that the MOD was always open to, well, it wasn't for me to say, but investigators should always be open to new evidence, wherever that comes from and should it come for light.
When you'd had an opportunity to consider what you had been invited to take note of, and then the recommendation that you had declined in your own mind, at least at that stage, to follow, can I ask you this? What inquiries, if any, did either you make or did you ask others to make about Operation Northmore?
Well, I think, as you'll see from the statement, this became a more ongoing issue about getting to the bottom of Northmore, but also the wider other parallel judicial review that was in process at the time, and making sure that we could be really sure of where we stood as the political part of the department, as in within the boundaries. But also, I think it will say here, I wanted to get to the bottom of, if you go further into the document where it sort of expanded some of the issues, to get to the bottom of them. And from there, that is where I started to go down the line of asking and speaking to the Chief Constable of Merseyside, former Chief Constable Sir John Murphy, and indeed to interrogate a number of those reports. So if you look at paragraph 6 of that submission, that's where it first brought to my attention former Chief Constable of Merseyside's review, and indeed His Honour Justice Lyon's review. And I think it was those documents that I think were important to look at, and indeed then meet, as I subsequently did, the Chief Constable, former Chief Constable of Merseyside, to ask his view as a professional police officer, what he thought of the police's investigation.
And so, Ben, we will come to all of
Yep.
that in due time, I can assure you, sir. Just dealing with this document for the moment and recognising that we are still in the autumn of 2019, can we just turn together over to the second page? It's our page 3, and to information that's set out there. We see a section headed Consideration with a number of subparagraphs beneath it. And do you have that, Sir Ben?
Yes.
We see there that set out at the very start of the consideration section reads as follows: the decision to discontinue investigations will not be universally welcomed. Was that a concern that you shared at the time of reading this particular note?
No, I wasn't concerned about image or public opinion in this, ever. I was concerned about getting to the bottom of it. Because ultimately, I believe in getting to ensure that the investigation was of a quality, and if it wasn't, why not, and what could we do to make sure it doesn't happen again. I was absolutely aware that on both sides of this discussion, there are men and women of our armed forces, 457 of which gave their lives in Afghanistan, who also feel the consequences of the public reporting one way or the other. And I was very aware that none of this, A, makes Britain look good in international circles, but also does it help morale in our armed forces. So I didn't think about the actions based on what it would look like. I thought about the actions, and this does go back to my experience in Northern Ireland in the legacy reviews, about how can we make sure this is either dealt with and come to a conclusion, or it is avoided in the future because we improve our processes. That's ultimately the best way to protect the men and women of the armed forces and indeed Britain's reputation. So whenever, no offence to our civil service, when they start suggesting political images and political perceptions, it's really a matter that I was not that engaged with. It didn't matter to me. What mattered to me was getting to the bottom of it.
And to your mind, how did you think at this stage that it could be best dealt with as you've just described it? What did you think needed to happen in order that these allegations could be dealt with?
Well, I think, first and foremost, bearing in mind that the military police are independent, and quite rightly so, of ministers and indeed the Service Prosecution Authority, just like CPS and our police are separate from ministers. So bearing that factor in mind, however, I thought it was important to test where we were with both the quality and the veracity of the investigation. Was it vulnerable, for example, to further judicial challenge if I'd just proceeded on the statement of the investigation is closed? And my experience would show that over the years, very often, those initial assurances you get turn out not to be true. As we will probably get to later, documents that we've been told we hadn't seen were then later discovered and, under the spirit of candour, quite rightly given up to this inquiry and indeed judicial reviews previously. So ultimately, what all of this did was say to me, look, I need to satisfy myself, because it is my reputation and the department's reputation that we were happy to proceed with whatever direction we went. And that included the quality of the prosecution, hence Sir John Murphy and Justice Lyons, as you'll see later, some of the follow-ups about some of the concerns raised by Johnny Mercer and not taking at face value previous assurances, but being very, very careful. I didn't wander across the line into interfering with a police investigation. Indeed, at first I was very, very cautious never to meet senior members of the military police, because the last allegations I wanted was we'd had a meeting and then the next thing you know, everything changed. And that is not right, and I don't want to give people the opportunity to say that. So the first thing, I stepped in a deliberate way to get to the bottom of it. And secondly, in a department of 220,000, where unlike the Home Office, which is full of arm's length bodies or operationally independent bodies, so ministers can't interfere with MI5's decision, it's entirely operationally independent, all the 43 police forces we have. the Ministry of Defence, nearly everything goes through the chair of the Secretary of State. It's a very, that is your constitutional protection from me, the other way around, from troops, that you are effectively part of that chain of command to make sure you use political control over the military. So I was very, determined to test it, but also to therefore make sure that Johnny Mercer's concerns, which we will get to, I'm sure, were also listened to, and he was given the carte blanche and the authority to go and get to the bottom of some of these questions, not just contained in this submission, but subsequent submissions and indeed his own experiences.
And just before we embark on any subsequent meetings or discussions you may have had with other individuals, just trying to focus, if we can, on this particular time. If we were to look to paragraph 9 for a moment under the consideration, what is set out very clearly is that we understand that the Sunday Times are working closely with the BBC's Panorama programme ahead of a programme which could potentially air as soon as mid-August. Now, leaving aside when it was that you eventually had sight of this particular document, there is, if one accepts the accuracy of that observation in paragraph 9, perhaps an element of pressure on you to reach a decision as to whether you make an announcement before the Panorama programme is aired or after.
Well, that may be your view if you weren't me. I mean, as a Secretary of State, I wasn't going to be pressurised by one submission or other.
Again, it's not seeking to suggest that you were being pressurised by one submission or another. It's simply looking at the timing. If a decision needs to be taken in advance of a particular date, that might put a time pressure within which you need to take that particular decision.
As I've said earlier, I'm not pressurised by a media narrative outside of this courtroom or outside my department. I'm concerned with the facts, and I'm concerned with evidence. I'm concerned with making sure we do the right thing by everyone, whether it's victims or whether it is a member of our armed forces. And that was simply the case. So people who work for me in my private office and elsewhere will know that it's probably the least of my consideration whether I look good on the front of a newspaper.
And leaving aside the newspapers for a moment, another concern that was raised is set out in paragraph 10, and it was that the prosecutor at the ICC had indicated in late 2017 that she was aware of the allegations of extrajudicial killings by UK special forces, although she'd been persuaded not to refer to them in her public statements. You were being advised that she intends to conduct a preliminary examination into these, and as we see in the penultimate line, she will be particularly interested in any suggestion that investigations have not been conducted effectively, as this is one of the considerations of the ICC when deciding whether to assert jurisdiction. So, leaving aside any sense of media pressure, which you've set out very clearly you wouldn't bow to, you were being advised that there might possibly be pressure from the ICC in an assessment that they might make as to whether there had been a proper and effective investigation. Was that a concern that you had, Sir Ben, back in the autumn of 2019?
First of all, her concerns are entirely mirror of my concerns. That we want to make sure this has been done properly and that the quality of the investigation would bear up to legal scrutiny. And indeed, I think the only concern I would have had about the ICC is it's a bad reflection on our own judicial system and our own system of government if they have to get involved. I think that is how I would say it. So it would certainly create more pressure in my mind than a media story, because the ICC is a body that we have signed up to and we take seriously, and we take seriously the international rule of law that we are obliged to do so. So I think, but can I just correct you though? When you say you will not bow to media pressure, my point is simply it's not a consideration to me doing my job. Right? It's not a sort of a face-off that I'm going to bow to. It's a confrontational relationship. I care about my reputation, obviously, and truth and honesty about whether I stand, but fundamentally that's not the same, not bowing to it. It's not a factor that would I would take into consideration when dealing with such important issues.
Thank you.
I would, however, listen to I would read the reports and see if there are any points, and I used some of the reports to challenge the department. And that was my point about no matter what I think of different elements of the media, I was always open to all people's reporting to raise to attention things that may have not happened or been overlooked or not come to my attention through official channels.
Can we just have your help, please, as to the presentation section that is set out at paragraphs 12 and 13? And this, of course, we remind ourselves, is a note from the Deputy Head of DGEP. What was set out was, given the imminent media interest from BBC Panorama, it's recommended that the announcement of the closure of Operation Northmore is made as soon as possible. This will allow Ministry of Defence to release the announcement on our own terms. It will also give us an opportunity to emphasise the independent oversight of the investigations. Were you comfortable with that recommendation, Sir Ben, when you read it in September of 2019?
Well, I didn't act on it. So if we go back to its recommendation, I didn't act on the recommendation of this submission, which demonstrates that I disagreed with large parts of the submission. And some of this obviously already reflects the earlier paragraphs in the submission about, we could get out ahead of it or whatever it says in it. But ultimately, I didn't agree that there was any advantage to doing it. So therefore, the final paragraph doesn't sort of wash in that sense. If I don't agree with it, then paragraph 13 doesn't really have a material effect.
Could we just look nonetheless at paragraph 13, because this is what was provided to you by the Deputy Head of the Directorate of Judicial Engagement. We in DDC recommend that the closure of Operation Northmore should be briefed to a friendly journalist in order to try and get the story out on our own terms.
Is there such a thing? Is there such a friendly journalist?
I think you would probably know the answer to that better than me, Sir Ben. And again,
no offence to the officials, but media handling is not usually the strengths of officials who work in other policy areas. But fundamentally, there are media officials, etc., but fundamentally, what was at the heart of this is, was I prepared to publicly announce the closure of an investigation when I didn't really accept the premise in the first place that you close investigations? And secondly, I didn't read that somehow getting ahead of a Times, Sunday Times or a Panorama thing would have been advantageous anymore, that would have been disadvantageous.
Can I take you back to the very first page and then to the handwritten note that is written to the top? You told us at the outset that that is not in your handwriting. It appears to read, I would have preferred to wait, but on balance, underlined, in light of Panorama, we should announce end of investigations.
Well, I didn't announce the end of investigations, so I don't know who, I mean, it isn't my writing, but I didn't.
And as far as this is a note of anyone's observation, it's not a note then of any observation that you made during the course of discussing this document with anyone? No,
not that I had. I mean, I went on from here to investigate further the Northmore. So, I don't know that it's not my writing, and I don't know where my box note should have been there.
And just finishing off the handwriting, in case it helps jog your memory as to whether you've seen it at all before, other than in the preparation of this witness statement. This will, however, prompt some detailed questions about the investigations which RMP will have to answer. Also, with hands-off approach by ministers, how are we assured investigation is thorough? And that last is a question. Insofar as assurance that the investigation is thorough, is that something that you were seeking to give an assurance?
Yes, and I think probably from the investigation of that, it's why it led to no announcement.
So insofar as a reference to with a hands-off approach by ministers, how are we assured investigation is thorough, is that an observation that you might have made, Sir Ben? Or is
I don't know when this writing was inserted. I don't know whose it belongs to. My box note has not been produced. You will get in front of every submission a a blank bit of paper, sir, that you write your comments in, and etc. But I could, what I would certainly say is that, the result of this submission is it didn't follow its recommendation. So I'm not sure whose that is, but it doesn't match the actions, which was it didn't follow the recommendation.
In the immediate aftermath of reviewing this document and declining to follow the recommendations, can you help us now with the steps that you took to get a better understanding of Operation Northmore and the apparent decision to close that investigation?
Well, as I said, from paragraph 6 is where I was first given effectively the clues to where I should go and seek some assurance, or at the very least interrogate those people that had been involved in that. And that included Sir John Murphy, the former Chief Constable of Merseyside. And I thought that was very, very important to do so and start progressing those challenges and questions, I think. So that's where I took from this submission, is that who I should then follow up with and meet, and that's where I got it from.
In addition to speaking to him, his name having been set out in paragraph 6 as you've observed, did you want to speak to anyone who might be involved in the investigation itself?
No, I was very cautious about that. I mean, I've said earlier that for me as a minister to go into a police force, whether it's military or civilian, and interrogate their investigation when there is a service prosecuting authority above it, I would think would, lead to all sorts of suggestions that I interfered with the police investigation. So leave it to the professional. The professional was Sir John Murphy, former Merseyside Chief Constable, and leave it to him. And I read his report, and then I had a meeting with him, and I had also read Justice Lyon's report as well. I mean, it is for the professionals, it's not for me to ascertain how a police investigation should be going or not.
And it may be obvious from your last remark what the answer to this question is, but may I still ask it, which is this. At any stage now, having reviewed this document, did you seek to speak to anyone within UKSF about the allegations that have been made to get some sort of assurance from them as to the accuracy of what was being alleged?
I did two things. So I read, as documents were being released to the judicial review, I would read extensively many of those documents in folder after folder, and Ben Sanders was, I think in 2020, was designated to go through huge amounts of documentation. And that's when, after I think in the July of the following year, we gave up to the judicial review more papers that had come to light. So throughout the process, I read extensively the papers, including the most minor detail, including effectively emails between members of SF in other locations, even where people and the inquiry would have seen some of those documentations, to get a feel of what was being said in the background, as well as trying to understand what was, who was making these original allegations or claims, because I think that was quite important. And I can't refer to them in an open session, but there are examples of those documentations that have been submitted to this inquiry where you can see it. And so not only did I deal with that, also, I need to get just the name of the individual. When I was informed that N1785 had potentially raised concerns, I spoke to him as well.
Other than speaking to N1785 and reading the documents that you've told us about, did you have discussions with anyone else within UKSF about these allegations?
I deliberately, I'm not an investigator, but I deliberately didn't want to be, poking around in any part of the armed forces without the appropriate investigators doing it. In other words, without me. I mean, I wanted, as a former soldier, to understand what I'd been reading, but it was also very important to separate chatter that I read as opposed to people that were there at the time. And, you know, the military is full of gossip. It's you know, it's always like any community, including the barristers' community. There's always who's up and who's down, what's going on. There is chatter. So it's always important to keep your ears open. But it was also very important to me to make sure that if I felt there was something untoward, that we made sure that that was properly assured and looked at. And you know, ultimately, it goes back to Chief Constable Murphy and others about whether they satisfy themselves about how far the net was cast, who did they speak to, and indeed the military police about whether or not they followed up on documents that may have come to light subsequent to this submission, originally this 16th of July submission by the Provost Marshal, which led to this submission of the 5th of August. Were they aware of any other documents after the fact that was written? And that's not a question I can answer, that's a question that they no doubt can answer to the inquiry.
Trying to keep matters again in chronological order if we can I invite you to go back to your statement for a moment, please, Sir Ben? And can I take you to your page 5? And you'll see that having dealt with the submission that I've just asked you questions about, you set out in your paragraph 17, given the complex, lengthy and serious nature of the Operation Northmore investigations, I wish to gain a greater understanding of Operation Northmore before making assertions about it, especially having only just been appointed as Secretary of State and given my previous experience in government. You then go on to identify observations made by Johnny Mercer in his witness statement about what happens with him when he joined the MOD in July of 2019. Can I, and I'll
Get his statement.
pause you to get your bearings, please.
they had absolutely no evidence at all to make it to that bar to carry out that type of investigative level. And that's when I said, is it correct that they said they didn't have sufficient evidence? And he said, sufficient evidence, they didn't have any.
Right. So it's not a case of not quite getting to the bar, it's a case that it almost didn't get off the ground at all.
Well, I know you're a criminal barrister, Mr. Glasgow. You'll know that when it comes to investigatory powers, you have to have certain grounds beyond, in a sense, normal intrusive or non-intrusive surveillance techniques. And so I think that was the area we were discussing, first of all. And when he discounted that, and I can't say in this open court what had been considered, I then asked him about the overall assurance he had.
Did you say to him that only last week I received a letter from DGEP in which they informed me that many of the allegations are broadly accurate?
I didn't inform them specifically to that submission.
Well, did you say I have been advised by my department?
Yes.
This order restricts the publication, dissemination, disclosure or repetition of anything that was said or done on today, the first day of this hearing, 23rd of September 2024,
that the department's detailed examination had led to a conclusion the allegations were broadly accurate, when Sir John Murphy had told you there was...
Well, there was no...
Lord Justice Haddon Cave has made a restriction order dated the 5th of September 2024 in relation to the conduct of those who are attending the hearing. The full order is displayed on the inquiry website and on the door of this court and of the media annex, but I will summarise its purpose. The first part of the order, which applies to this and to all future hearings of the inquiry, prohibits any person from making an audio or video recording of inquiry proceedings from within the hearing rooms without the express permission of the chair. Furthermore, no person may take a photograph in any room in which inquiry proceedings are taking place and at a time the inquiry is sitting, without the express permission of the...
But can I ask you this, Ben? When you had sight of this for the first time, were you alarmed by what you read?
I was alarmed, yes. I mean, first of all, if you look at my evidence in my statement, you see the word revelation.
Yes.
In approximately October.
Pattern of cover-ups. Your allegations relating to General Sir Mark Carleton-Smith are untrue. No consultation, meeting or conversation took place between Sir Mark or the previous seemed the right moment. I have for some time been aware of rumours within UKSF 3. You
said clearly doesn't amount to anything as substantial as evidence, but nevertheless he did the right thing and passed it up the chain of command. So I was concerned, but I also would refer you to the date. It was a decade before, nearly, or eight and a half years since my time. Or not present, and they were discussing it because they belonged to a community that could discuss or did discuss these things, and I know those emails have been on the material.
In the middle of the page. Can I ask you?
Try and do it, and he said they had absolutely no evidence at all to make it to that bar to carry out that type of the individual.
As part of Operation
and nearly the same thing.
May be held, of which is to protect that information. A restriction order prohibits the use, publication, may be certain,
For the, I've not reported this any further and cautioned my
or the Court of Session, who will have the power to fine or imprison anyone found to have been in breach of the order.
Mr. Glasgow.
Please you, sir. So Ben, I hope that you had an opportunity over lunch to have a look at the letter that you had brought to our attention just before we rose for the short adjournment. For though it's not in the bundle, but you have a copy, sir, as do you and others. I provided a copy too. For those who are following in the exhibit references, it's MOD 198001587A. But we are in a position to bring a copy of the letter up onto the screen. So can I just pause, Sir Ben, whilst that happens? We see from the letter that you have a copy of, dated the 5th of April, headed Allegations of EJK by UKSF. So allegations of extrajudicial killing by UK Special Forces. And it's sent by N1785, the commanding officer, as was of UKSF 3, and sent to the attention of, as we can see top left, the DSF. My apologies for not raising this with you during my leaving court. No evidence.
Yes.
Which meant that the decision by the SPA, the Service Prosecuting Authority, not to prosecute was backed up by Sir John Murphy's assurance.
So John Murphy assured the police investigation, not the prosecutorial decisions of the SPA. And I'm not sure it's the same as CPS. I'm not sure who independently oversights CPS or SPA decisions in our system. But in the police, he was looking at the police investigation.
Again, my fault entirely. The position in which you found yourself was that Sir John Murphy had reassured you that there was no evidence identified by the service police investigation. Yes?
To date, yes.
That sat well with a decision by the Service Prosecuting Authority not to prosecute anyone, because you were told there was no evidence on which to do so. Yes?
Well, it was one plank of the work I was trying to do to verify how much the quality of the investigation and the allegations that were being made, and more allegations were being made. Again, from the media side, more allegations were coming to light. This was not static. I think this is if you look at the different programs of BBC and Sunday Times, new revelations or new allegations being made. So this was always a moving narrative or a moving challenge for both me, department, no doubt the military police, and indeed the journalists. So I think the point was, at that moment in time, the SPA had said there was no case to prosecute. I'd had my meeting with Sir John Murphy, who had been he wasn't very positive about what he viewed as the professionalism of the military police investigation, but he did satisfy himself. He said to me that there wasn't evidence of the enough or any evidence, as he said, because I asked him whether that was the right also phrase to be using in the lines of the department. There's not sufficient evidence to charge. So, but I cannot tell you what went on inside the Service Prosecution Authority, and you may be able to correct me on this. In some cases, there was a referral to the SPA, but in other cases, there were not.
That's correct, sir.
That's correct.
You've just mentioned that Sir John Murphy told you that he was not satisfied with the professionalism of the investigation.
I think that was around the surveillance techniques that I've been talking about.
Right. Did that have any impact on his overall conclusion that nonetheless there was no evidence?
Well, he maintained that position.
Did you challenge him on that at all?
I challenged him within my competence. I mean, I challenged him insofar as, the there's a person who spent 30, 40 years in the police, and that was his assertion. I was always keen to make sure that he had as much availability of openness and everything else, while the military police, did you get full access? And he didn't say he didn't. He wasn't negative at all. So I took him at what he said.
Can we just look again in your statement on to paragraph 28 together for a moment, please? Takes us to mid-November of 2019. The Sunday Times indicated that it was planning to publish further allegations linked to Operation Northmore. I approve the following MOD statement. Allegations that the MOD interfered with investigations or prosecution decisions relating to the conduct of UK forces in Iraq and Afghanistan are untrue. Throughout the process, the decisions of prosecutors and the investigators have been independent of the MOD and involved external oversight and legal advice. Cases were referred to the Service Prosecuting Authority as a result of investigations in both Iraq and Afghanistan. Cases from Iraq were referred as a result of historic investigations. It's untrue to claim cases investigated under Operation Northmore in Afghanistan were not acted upon. After careful investigation overseen by a former Chief Constable, no Northmore cases were referred to prosecutors. The Service Police have carried out extensive investigations into allegations about the conduct of UK forces in both Iraq and Afghanistan. The Independent Service Prosecuting Authority decided not to prosecute any of the cases referred to it. Our military served with great courage and professionalism in Iraq and Afghanistan, and we hold them to the highest standards. It is government policy that military operations are conducted in accordance with the law of armed conflict, and where allegations are raised, they are investigated. The Sunday Times' claims have been passed to the Service Police and the Service Prosecuting Authority, who remain open to considering allegations. So as we see the sign-off at the end of that statement, similar to the one before in response to the BBC, that the Service Police have been passed the complaints and the Service Prosecuting Authority remain open to considering allegations. And does that echo what you had said before, that the investigation is never closed?
Yes, I think that reaffirms that far from the initial application of submission, that any new evidence would be considered by both the Service Police and the Service Prosecuting Authority. And I think here, what is also important, which is often a recurring theme in media comments on military justice, is the sense or the implication that we interfere with independent police and service prosecution decisions. That is often muted or explicit in some cases in media, that ministers or people in the department interfere with that. And I am very determined that that is not the case. I was determined to make sure that they always remained independent, and we can always do something about improving the quality of any police investigation and the assets at their disposal, but fundamentally it was important to make that clear. No minister arrived in my department when I was there. I didn't interfere. I was really cautious even to meet senior military police, just as it's a good idea for MPs and the judiciary not to mix.
Can we just look together at the second paragraph for a moment? Can we look to line 3 together? It is untrue to claim cases investigated under Operation Northmore in Afghanistan were not acted upon. Can I ask you this, please, Sir Ben? When that was approved by you, did you take account of the fact that you knew that N1802 had not acted on the complaint brought to his attention by N1785 in April 2011?
Yes, but that was clearly corrected some years later when a police investigation started on those allegations.
Well, in fact, it's true that they weren't acted on in a particularly expeditious manner, but eventually somebody got round to looking at it. Is that what you mean?
I don't think the police investigation, I think you'd be pretty unreasonable to describe it as getting round to looking at it.
Well, in terms of getting
carried out a proper police investigation independently assured by a Chief Constable. Now, we may not think it produced the results, or it may not be good enough, but it wasn't quite like getting round to doing it. There was a police investigation. It could have been quicker from the 2011 memos sent from that individual to DSF. It could have been much quicker, but that was long before my time. But by the time I had got my feet under the desk, there was a police investigation into it, Mr. Glasgow.
Actually, if what you've told us is correct in respect to the April 2011 position, as you understand it to be, the Director of Special Forces did not act upon the complaint that was brought to his attention by M1785.
He did not act in accordance, in my understanding, of the Armed Forces Act, but subsequently it was acted upon by the military police, and a police investigation started before my time, by some considerable time before my time as Defence Secretary. So in the end, there was a police investigation, and yes, it could have been timely, which we conceded, but it was definitely before my time as Defence Secretary.
Can we look, please, with your help, in your statement to page 14, Sir Ben? And I'd like to look here, please, to the allegations that surfaced in August of 2020 about the position that had been taken by the MOD on the 4th of March of 2020. You may remember that's the date I referred you to a little earlier this afternoon. And if it helps you to find your position,
yes.
Please start, if you'd like to, page before, bottom of page 13.
Yes.
So some 4 months or so after you had seen the letter from N1785 to N1802, the MOD on the 4th of March took a position in the judicial review proceedings which had to be withdrawn from.
Yes.
And that was the claim that matters had been investigated, the complaints had not been made at the time of the allegations. Do you recall that?
Yep.
So, in other words, actually, if anyone had had an eye to the letter from N1785 to N1802, no one could have said that corporately the MOD were not aware of allegations being made.
In
2011.
I'm not sure how far wide at first that went from the letter to DSF, but very soon I think it became wider known either in the chat or the rumour mill, the broader community, that these were allegations or concerns. And what I don't know is the actual start date of the police investigation. It would be useful to have that. But ultimately, I think when 2020 happened, in March 2020, I think that having discovered, maybe might be the wrong word, or seen further documents, the team that was trying to defend timely and quality investigation recognised that they couldn't maintain that defence of timely, and therefore conceded that it should have started earlier. Now, what I don't know is what the position would have been, or how debatable should have started earlier meant. I mean, is timely set out in statute, or is it? I don't think it is, but roughly, I don't know what existing case law shows what a timely investigation should be.
When you agreed to the position being withdrawn, because the defence was filed in your name, but when you agreed to it being withdrawn, did you have in the back of your mind any recollection of what you'd seen 4 months before, namely a letter from a respected commanding officer of UKSF3 to the DSF reporting his N1785's concerns?
Yes, I mean, I think by the time we got to 4th of March, or about that time, I think me and Johnny Mercer probably lost our patience with the assurances we'd been given. And that is about that time that Ben Sanders, we said, go through every single thing again. Go through all these papers that you've discovered, you said you knew about, and we need to get a full understanding. We don't want any more papers popping up as a surprise, because it wasn't just the court that knew that these papers had appeared, it was the ministers as well. So I wasn't aware, the papers that went to the court, we weren't aware of as ministers either. I don't know when the exact date that DGEP said, oh look, here are these papers. I don't know when they internally discovered it, but I do know after that we got to a stage where we said, we shouldn't be having any surprises. We don't want any more surprises. This is undermining the case. Go away and see it. And Ben Sanders was allocated that role. And he spent a lot of months. I mean, it took him a long time.
So it was his task at your direction to go through all the paperwork with a fine-tooth comb to make sure there were no more surprises.
Yes.
You'd asked about the start date for Operation Northmore. It was directed by Provost Marshal Army in March of 2014.
Okay.
So almost 3 years after the letter had been sent by N1785 to N1802.
Thank you.
The position that was withdrawn from became the subject of press reporting in the Sunday Times on the 2nd of August of that year.
Yes.
And documents which had been disclosed as part of the judicial review proceedings featured in the article in the Sunday Times itself.
Yes, they did.
And in respect of that article, one of the criticisms or allegations that was made was that the MOD had withheld relevant documentary evidence, including emails.
That was one of the allegations, yes.
You record in your witness statement that this was the first time that you were made aware of any allegation that the MOD had knowingly withheld relevant information from disclosure.
Yes.
Prior to the article coming out, you must have been aware that at least there had been an oversight as to the existence of that material.
We knew by experience that once we handed these documents over to the court, it wouldn't be long, well, not just the court and various parties, it wouldn't be long before they would appear in the media. So, of course, we knew it would sadly appear in the media, but nevertheless, I knew what was going to the court, and that was just the reality of it. And it was in those bundles that I read in detail the emails of emails, the much broader discussions within SF and the community about what was going on.
Aside from the allegation appearing in black and white that the MOD was said to have deliberately withheld relevant documents.
Well, I didn't say I necessarily agreed with that.
I didn't say that you
Okay,
did.
okay,
So. Aside from the allegation appearing in black and white that the MOD had deliberately withheld documents, you at least knew before you read that article that there were documents in existence which had now had to be handed into the judicial review proceedings, and the MOD had had to withdraw its position that it had taken in March.
Yeah.
So whether it was phrased by the Sunday Times in an overtly critical or unfair manner, if we just put that to one side for a moment, I'm not going to ask your opinion as to that piece of journalism, but just this. What, in terms of what appeared in the paper, the documents and the facts that they hadn't been handed over, that came as no surprise to you.
Unfortunately, it became more and more apparent that we were learning almost every few months of some document or something or other that was coming out. Some of that was through the press reports, and some of that was then by DGEP and others doing more and more discovery. I think, I don't know what exactly it was that the legal representation of the MOD representatives made them decide that they should concede timeliness. I don't know what it was. Certainly what I could say from the documents I read, it certainly demonstrated in the documents I had read that a lot of people had a lot of concerns within the actual community of the SF at those times. And therefore, there was clearly no excuse for either the commanding officer or indeed Director of Special Forces to have referred that in any way to the police.
So your
No excuse not to refer it.
As in, they had no. I mean, I think when I read the emails, often between people who weren't there. So we're not talking about sort of material witnesses, but there was clearly a weight of concern that meant that the position of not referring it from DSF was not defendable,
and the decision,
which subsequently it wasn't.
And you also referred to the commanding officer not referring it.
Well, the two main people responsible would have been the immediate commander. I mean, anyone is actually responsible under the Armed Forces Act, but the commander of the sub-unit, as they call it, the commander of the unit, and his overall commander, DSF, all of those would have had a direct responsibility for the for making a complaint to the military police or a report.
Would you expect officers within UKSF who have the appropriate integrity and moral courage to call this sort of behaviour out?
Yes, and they do.
And would you expect people who are made aware of very serious allegations to ensure that those allegations are investigated?
Yes. And it's not just SF.
No.
Obligation of anyone in uniform.
The moral courage element is one of the essential qualities that's expected of anyone who wears a uniform and serves. And
why we are supposed to be better than our enemy.
The courage to do the right thing even when it is difficult to do it.
Yeah.
And the courage to speak out even when everyone else is saying something different.
Yes.
So I'm mindful of the time. I know that I've been busy with Sir Ben now for just nearly an hour and 10 minutes. Would now be a convenient moment for a break. And I will make sure that I can conclude my questioning this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Glasgow. We'll break, please, until past.
Could I ask for 25 past?
You can ask for 25
Split
past.
the difference, thank you.
And perhaps the doors and windows might be opened to cool the place down. If anybody wants to take their jackets off, they should feel free. 25 past, please. Thank you. Mr. Glasgow.
Please, you, sir. So, Ben, following the article that appeared in the Sunday Times on the 2nd of August 2020, you requested a meeting which took place on the 5th of August. To help you with that, can I invite you to turn to your Exhibit 11, which is behind tab 11. And for those who don't have a tab bundle, it's page 50. The meeting that took place included, amongst others, Johnny Mercer and a number of other officials. I'm so sorry, I'll let you find your place. Divider 11, page 50.
Got it.
Thank you. The meeting on the 5th of August, which was entitled Op Northmore Meeting in the notes that you've kindly provided to us, was attended by you as well as by Johnny Mercer and other officials and legal advisors. Can I ask you this? Prior to the meeting on the 5th of August, do you remember now whether or not you and Mr. Mercer spoke on the telephone to discuss the article that had appeared on the 2nd of August?
I do remember. I can't remember what we said, but it was one of the motivations why I was determined to have this meeting. And I think I asked Johnny Mercer, I think was down in the southwest of England, and I was determined that we had as many of the key people at the meeting as possible.
In terms of the discussion that you and he had, what, if anything, were his concerns that he voiced to you about the article in the Sunday Times?
I think it was that we were just not being told what we were asking for by the department.
And was that a concern that you now shared with him?
Yes, I mean, it's not quite a now. Right from the start, I would have. These things. Every time you tested, you were getting more back, such as the letter to DSF. But also, I think it was absolutely the case that there's enough of this. We're going to. It's quite hard when you completely lose all patience with. You can shout and scream all you like, but in the end, you have to get to resolve it.
In terms of the shouting and screaming, can we just look at the clarification that you insisted on being provided? We can see the key points are set out in paragraph 2, and you sought clarification on 2 points raised by the media over the weekend: the reported requirement for you to give evidence to the court, and the assertion that the MOD had knowingly withheld information from the courts. And did it come to pass during the course of this meeting that you were assured, first, that you did not need to give a witness statement?
Yes, I mean, I think the sort of way the article was written, when I was about to be summoned into the middle of the court to answer the JR, as opposed to the department, effectively.
So, albeit it had been described in the reporting that you would be expected to give evidence, in fact it was that the department, not you personally, would be expected to make a witness statement.
Yep.
And that was a witness statement due to be made in September. If it helps, we can see that, page 52, paragraph 10. Five lines up from the bottom on the right-hand side, officials confirmed that the next steps were for the department, not Secretary of State personally, to make a witness statement in September.
Yeah.
Can I just ask for your help about some of the matters raised in the note itself? Would you mind if I did so? Could I ask you, please, to turn back to page 51 to paragraph 6, Sir Ben?
So I'm just finishing paragraph 2.
Of course.
Okay, sorry, paragraph 6?
Paragraph 6 on page 51. Secretary of State was concerned that ministers were unaware of the intended release of information. And by that, was that release of information to the media?
I think it was the actual moment it would go to the court. I think
Right.
Once it was out of our hands, it was hopefully within the court, but sometimes they didn't happen. So.
Right, because as we can then see, officials confirmed that this was an error of judgment, in other words, an error on their part. They had not expected the information to be provided to the media.
Yeah.
And then to pick up on some of the things you've already told us, paragraph 7, if we can together, please. Secretary of State asked for assurances that MOD officials working on the judicial review have or will have sight of the totality of information available as part of the Royal Military Police investigation to assure themselves they are fully informed.
Yes.
And is that what you expected, that they would be given access to everything in order that they, MOD officials, could make an assessment of what had gone on?
Yes.
And is this, in part, the process that Ben Sanders
Yes.
embarked upon
Yes.
the course of many months,
Yeah.
where he went through a vast amount of material?
Yeah.
And then if we look to the last 3 lines of that paragraph, number 7, Secretary of State instructed that DGEP ensure that all appropriate resources were obtained and deployed to ensure no repetition of errors and to assure the Department's effective conduct of the judicial reviews in all respects.
Yes.
And is that bluntly what you expected, that no matter what it cost, the Department would ensure that no more mistakes were made?
Yes, it was. And to allocate the resources. I mean, what often happens in a department is almost no civil servant will tell you they don't have enough people working on it. They never tell you, partly because that means they upset the Perm Sec rather than the Minister. So the language is always a bit circular about, they'll say, yes, Secretary of State, they'll disappear. And when you ask why it hasn't been done, they don't say, well, there's only me and a dog doing it, and no one else. It's always, it's quite hard to ascertain whether money has followed your intent. Of course, money is finite, so let's also be honest there. But yes, ultimately, in the end, you have to rattle that cage a bit more.
And in terms of rattling the cage, can we look, please, with your help, back to page 52 and this time to paragraph 11? The Secretary of State asked for officials to share the witness statement with ministers by the 1st of September and directed that those in the judicial review assure themselves that they have reviewed all evidence available by the October deadline and understand the implications of it for further disclosures to the court.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't already obvious in what you'd said before in this meeting, spelt out loud and clear your expectation that everyone would need to assure themselves and make no more mistakes in future.
Yes.
Can we just look lastly to what's entitled political narrative? You'll find that paragraph 17 and 18 on page 53. Min DPV, that's Mr. Mercer, spoke on the political narrative and notably the link to the Overseas Operations Legal Protections Bill. He was concerned that his January statement to the House of Commons may have been incorrect. If he was found to have misled the House, there would be a potential knock-on impact in political confidence. He asked that everything is shared with ministers who can then make a judgment of whether it's relevant or not politically. Officials observed that they did not consider the statement to be misleading, but agreed to review it and identify if there were any inaccuracies, and if so, how they had arisen and how they might be rectified. Can I ask you this, please, about that paragraph, Sir Ben? Was this something of particular concern to Mr. Mercer?
It was, and for the inquiry's information, this was a statement he made on the 7th of January 2020 in a German debate in the House of Commons.
Yes.
And the part of the statement that particularly exercised him was, and I'll read it, first, though, let me deal with allegations that our armed forces operate so-called death squads in Afghanistan. This is simply, quote unquote, not true. That was the part of the statement that he felt he wanted to correct. That's from Hansard of the House of Commons.
He went on to observe our armed forces did conduct many daring operations to capture Taliban insurgents. However, these were not kill or capture operations. Rather, they were carefully planned capture operations with the object of capturing known Taliban insurgents and their associates.
But the specific bit he had spoken to me about was this bit. The whole thing is as is. I mean, I think what I would say was the difficulty in correcting that is this. We didn't also have any evidence to the contrary. that we were running death squads. And first of all, I don't agree with the language that was put as the allegation that the UK was somehow loading up death squads to go and do these things. So first of all, that. But also, it's a very difficult language to correct, because the alternative is, it is true. And we don't have any evidence to substantiate this allegation. As yet, we may find some, as I've always said, there may be some, there may not be any. So that's the difficulty with that statement in language, that I couldn't see, when he asked me my advice, a personal view was, okay, you stand up and you say, I misled the House, it was true. And then somebody stands up and says, well, where's the evidence? And the answer is, at the moment, we don't have any evidence. It's not the language I would have used in a statement if it was me, because we always believe all these things are open. I would have said something like, there's simply no evidence as yet to substantiate such allegations. However, if any new evidence comes to light, we will, of course, investigate it, which also matches some of the public statements we'd previously made. But that was the bit that Johnny found difficult and wanted to correct. But as I've explained, when you use that phrase, not true, it's quite a difficult phrase to correct without saying it. I mean, the opposite is true.
In terms of any advice that you offered him as the Secretary of State, did you seek to explain to him your view as to whether it was or was not a misleading statement, or did you?
Yes, I did. No, I did. I mean, he had his officials' advice, and I haven't read the advice from the officials to him about why it wasn't needed to be corrected, and I think that'll be a matter for that submission. I haven't read that, but I gave him my experience. First of all, every Secretary of State is absolutely, or Minister, responsible for the statement they make in the House of Commons. You can't just read out a script. The system tries to give you a script, but you have to absolutely, it's you at the dispatch box, it's your person, your name, your reputation. You must satisfy yourself that these are the right words crafted for you. Now, I don't know whether this was in a script, as in he was reading from a written statement, or whether this was him in response to a challenge and he used those words himself. But ultimately, ministers are responsible for what they say into Parliament, nobody else.
Rather than a minister saying definitively the position is X, a minister could say, we don't know either way at the moment. That's an alternative, isn't it?
That would have been, I would have said, sir, something along those lines. Or, I don't agree, there is no evidence to substantiate this allegation at the moment. However, we are always open to new evidence, and if so, we will investigate it. Because at that very moment, we hadn't had a police charge, we hadn't had, we'd been through all those processes, and this was in the January of 2020, so I wouldn't have used those words in that way. Because, a minister, and especially in this environment, you need to leave yourself space should something new come to light.
Do you recall now whether or not Mr. Mercer had told you that he had had conversations with the Director of Special Forces?
He had been to see him as part of, earlier on, back in his initial meetings with me, getting to the bottom of, when I'd said he has my authority to try and get to the bottom of this. Yes, he had been to see him.
He expressed the view in his evidence to the inquiry that he did not believe what he was told by the DSF. Did he convey that sense to you when he discussed with you what had transpired in that meeting or meetings?
He specifically was concerned that he wasn't being told the truth about the full motion video.
And we will come on to that in a moment.
But that was the bit from his meeting with DSF that he had raised with me.
Right. There's another issue that I'd like to ask you about that relates directly to Johnny Mercer in this meeting, but can I just, since we're there, can we look together at paragraph 18 first of all, and then I'll return to Mr. Mercer. Paragraph 18. The Secretary of State spoke briefly on the link to the bill, expressing disappointment in having to concede on the timeliness grounds leg of the JR, just as a bill is going through Parliament which seeks to apply a time limit on bringing prosecutions. And does that accurately set out, at least in summary, the concern that you raised in this meeting?
Yes, I mean, you can imagine we were introducing a bill to try and prevent vexatious and prosecutions against our military personnel. And, you know, from the drafting and the creation of that bill, this comes along and it shows us both in a poor light, and indeed it makes some of the issues obviously harder politically to move in Parliament. However, what I would say, the bill does not bar prosecution, and it never did. It was a presumption, it was not a bar on prosecution. And so that bill is not as reported. There was always space in that bill for a prosecution if evidence comes to light. It's just that there was a limit that extended, and after a certain time limit there was a presumption. But also some of the offences that we are dealing with actually are beyond the 10-year point. So the bill originally was going to have 10-year, and then it became a 5-year point of prosecution, a presumption, but some of the earlier Northmores were before 10 years anyhow. So whether it was 10 years or 5 years, it wouldn't have made a difference. It would still been outside that scope. But it was a presumption, it wasn't a bar.
But it's perhaps obvious that it might look unfortunate at the time that you are seeking to introduce this piece of legislation, if it transpires that the service police and the service justice system have not grappled with something in a timely manner.
It might have done, but this bill didn't circumvent ECHR and the obligations under Article 2. So people would have still had the protection of ECHR, victims and hopefully even the accused of the ECHR, the process. So the bill wouldn't have negotiated that. And I think the other thing that's quite important to recognise is that the Act is enacted in April 2021, and even the original bill as introduced covered exemptions from its own bill, including under the International Criminal Court Act 2001. There were exemptions. Those exemptions were broadened out in the passage of the bill, but nonetheless, some of the very crimes that are being discussed here would not have been covered by the bill.
Yes, Part 2 of the Act specifically excludes war crimes.
War crimes, and there are other parts of that bill. It's quite a broad, and sexual offences and everything else, it's quite a broad remit, but also it was a presumption, not a bar anyhow. So even if it included everything, it didn't mean that you couldn't prosecute someone for an offence.
Before then we leave this particular meeting, can I just return to Mr. Mercer for a moment and to an issue that he raised in evidence but doesn't appear in this particular note, and it is this. He told the inquiry when he gave evidence that he knew nothing about the allegedly withheld documents until they appeared in the national newspaper. Now, what I'd like to do, please, is to have your help with your 12th exhibit behind our divider 12. And if we look, please, to what is page 59, that'll be page 3 behind divider 12. A submission sent on the 19th of March of 2020, so a few months before the article was published. Addressed to Johnny Mercer from Ben Sanders at DGEP, headed Afghan Litigation Update. And it provides as its issue update on judicial reviews of the RMP investigations into 2 incidents of alleged unlawful killing. And if we then run our finger down the page, please, Sir Ben, to the bottom of page 59 into paragraph 6. Council have started reviewing the information for relevance and to inform a future decision as to whether to apply for a closed material procedure in this case. They have brought to our attention, overleaf, several internal emails and other documents that contradict the position we took in the 4th of March permission hearing when we argued that as specific allegations in relation to this operation were not raised until 2014, the investigation had commenced promptly. And I pause simply to observe that 2014 was the date when the PMA instigated Operation Northmore, but as we've touched upon already and as you have told us, allegations were circulating within UKSF and wider circles as to the allegations of EJK at a much earlier stage. But going back to where we were here, If we continue with paragraph 6, in particular, one email records a meeting between the officer commanding the unit and the commanding officer of the Afghan partnering unit that took place only a few hours after the operation. At that meeting, the commanding officer made specific allegations that the 4 men had been unlawfully killed, stating that 2 had been shot while running away and 2 others had been assassinated. So just pausing for a moment, it would appear, if this document had been read by Mr. Mercer, either on the 19th of March or certainly before the article appeared in the Sunday Times in August of that year, part of the background in the update from Ben Sanders included the reference to the fact that the position taken on the 4th of March could no longer be maintained, and specifically allegations in relation to not commencing a prompt investigation could not be resisted any further.
Yes.
Is this a document that at any stage you discussed with Mr. Mercer in the aftermath of the meeting on the 5th of August?
I can't recall that. What I can say is a submission like this, first of all, it's very serious, and it gives an early warning of what potentially is coming out from the now discovered document, I think is the way I would put it. And I think you'd have to ask Ben Sanders, and in much extent you're allowed to, the legal team, about how much of this was discovery, that they knew all along, that these had been there in their possession all along, or they had only just discovered them subsequently. And I think that goes to the difference between whether it was in any way a deliberate attempt to obfuscate, or was it in fact amongst thousands and thousands of documents just not reviewed or discovered properly. And that is a very common thing in legacy investigations, having done, I think there are 30 public inquiries in Northern Ireland relating to that. Some of those go back to the 1970s. So what I would say is it is open, when you read that submission, for any minister who received that to ask further questions. And it is always the case, because this hasn't changed, that actually if you really want to get to the bottom of a submission, it's not the one under the recommendation. You have to read into your submission. That's where you find the questions to ask. And so that, with my authority from the first meeting, Johnny Mercer would have been able to, if he'd wished, to have spent time or seen or whatever those documented who looked at.
If one reads on in the submission and one looks to the last page, that's page 61, and to paragraph 14, please, do we see that Ben Sanders identified a note of possible caution that the reader ought to be alive to?
Yes.
At this stage, it would be premature to speculate about the outcome of the judicial reviews, but it is probable that the court will criticise the unit and or the chain of command for not notifying the RMP of these incidents.
Yeah.
If you had read that note of caution being provided by DJEP, what do you think you might have done, Sir Ben, please?
Well, I am noticed that it's copied to my private office, but I don't think there's any... I mean, I was aware by that stage that we'd discovered some documents, and as I said, that was about the time that Ben Sanders got put to task. Ben Sanders he was an incredibly good official and diligent in his duties, and I usually took everything, always took what he said seriously. So, I mean, look, I think by that stage, you didn't even need to look at the documents to know, if you look at your paragraph 6, that things were deeply awry, and that people had not followed Section 113 of the Armed Forces Act in his paragraph 7, which notes that the obligation of a commanding officer to make a report.
Yes.
And just for the inquiry, unless you didn't know, the officer commanding the unit, I'm speculating because it's so close to the operation, it's the sub-unit commander.
Thank you.
And the commanding officer of the Afghan is obviously the Afghani commanding officer. So that would be the sub-unit commander of the British unit, as opposed to the commanding officer. that would be, usually we use OC to mean a subunit and a CO to mean a command officer.
Thank you. Do you recall whether between receipt of this document and the meeting on the 5th of August, whether you discussed the possibility of criticisms being made of the chain of command with Johnny Mercer?
No, I mean, I think by this stage, by the 19th of March, and the work Ben Sanders had been doing, it was very clear that everyone was going to be criticised, and rightly so. I don't think there was anything. We were going to concede, obviously, to the court that because I think it was in these bundle of documents that I, for example, read the wider speculation stroke rumour by members of the SF community around these events. And I think that alone would have suggested that you can't maintain that defence. And that was just me as an amateur looking at those and thinking, it's not what it was.
And is that why you directed that there needs to be a thorough review of every single piece of documentation?
Yes.
In terms of further complaints that were set out by Mr. Mercer and giving you an opportunity to deal with them, please, can we have your help with Divider 13, page 63, which is an undated document that Mr. Mercer told the inquiry had been sent, if not to you, at least to your private office.
Yeah.
Undated, but it may be that from the first two lines we can put it within the chronology. I wanted to write and repeat formally my long-held concerns regarding the latest dump of emails in the Sunday Times this past weekend surrounding detention operations involving UKSF-1 in 2011. So it may or may not be that this is a document that was sent shortly after the article that appeared in the 2nd of August in the Sunday Times.
Yeah.
Can we just look with your help, please, if we count down?
I mean, he says this was about the time of the August meeting, and I don't have any reason to doubt it.
If we look, please, to the 5th paragraph, which begins that I.
Yeah.
That I have now been allowed to read out statements to the House of Commons that individuals in strategic appointments in the department knew to be incorrect is completely unacceptable. Do you remember discussing that view with him, that he had been allowed to read out statements, bless you, which individuals in strategic appointment knew to be incorrect?
I mean, the instance he raised with being unhappy what he had spoken to in the House of Commons was the one I read out. He didn't then refer to further statements he had made, and what I don't know is whether he was referring to parliamentary questions and answers in the normal defence question section of oral questions. Was he meaning when he gave answers there and they came from his notes prepared by civil servants, or was this specific to the statement? Reading this, I made the presumption when I first saw this recently that referring to his point about using the word simply not true in that statement. And again, it's like the question of being, all I can do is read between the lines when he says being allowed to read out, that suggests to me that he's answering from a pre-prepared pack that he has chosen to read out from. So it might be statistics, it might be, I don't know what I'm afraid you would have to ask him. But the area of concern for him the most to Parliament was the simply not true bit in the statement.
If we look on to the next paragraph, I would like to formally request in this letter to make a statement to the House in the first week of September correcting the record. Over and above this formal request, was any other request pressed by him in early September to correct what he had said in January of that year?
Well, he had made a request, which is why a submission was sent to him by his officials. I haven't seen that submission by officials, but he clearly had made a request, and the officials' advice was you don't need to or not required to, etc. He had raised, I think twice maybe, verbally with me the issue around the not true. And remember, that goes back to January 2020, so that was earlier in the year, around that position. So the only area I handled him with on that bit was the simply not true bit, to which the issue was really the language that had been used in the first place, and how do you correct that? But it was something that Johnny has always wanted to correct, and I think he tried to correct it even towards the end of the last election.
He regards in this document, and he did in the course of his evidence, that he had suffered reputational damage as a result of the position he'd been put in. Is that an expression that he conveyed to you when you and he discussed this?
Not really. I mean, Johnny was always worried about reputation in a whole range of fields. He took veterans' issues very seriously. He took his own military service very seriously, and so he should. And he was always careful to make sure that reputation was upheld, and didn't like people questioning that reputation any more than I like my reputation questioned. So he was always cautious around that. But look, I think on this, I suspect there were wider areas he felt that this made him and the department, or him and me, look silly in answering questions in the House if they had been inaccurate based on the new documents that were discovered in March onwards.
With the new documents that were discovered in March onwards, and the fact that allegations had been made at the time of wrongdoing by UKSF, did you seek to have any further conversations with Sir John Murphy or anyone else about the conclusions that were ultimately reached by Operation Northmore?
No, because at this stage, my mind was turning to the fact that really the only real solution was a public inquiry.
Right.
Which, as you'll see from the documents, officials didn't want.
We could look at that straight away if you'd like to. So Ben, if we turn over to divider number 14 and to a document sent to you by the Permanent Secretary, addressed to you as well as to Johnny Mercer, dated the 26th of August of 2020.
Yeah.
As you'll see from the enclosed pack, a great deal of work has been done to follow up on your extensive discussion on the 5th of August of the Afghanistan allegations and associated legal process and options. If we look, we can see I and the team are acutely aware of the political challenges ahead, especially in handling the Overseas Operations Bill, which I'm clear is one of the department's very top priorities.
Yeah.
The independent assurance provided by Sir John Murphy and Mark Ellison, Queen's Counsel, may help to persuade the court that a fresh criminal investigation, even if a suitable and willing force could be identified, would be nugatory. And then, fourth paragraph, I believe that we should also continue to resist commissioning a public inquiry, which would be expensive, unproductive, and extremely bad for the reputation of defence and for armed forces morale, particularly if, as seems likely, a succession of witnesses were unable to recall their part in events on the ground. Can I ask you this, please, having dealt with the introductions in paragraphs 1, 2 and 3, when it came to paragraph 4 and the view that the department should continue to resist commissioning a public inquiry, did you agree with that, Sir Ben?
I think I questioned it. I would start proposing a public inquiry. I would say, why not a public inquiry? Fairly early on, actually. I think even before this, because I don't have anything to fear for public inquiries. I know taxpayers and departments don't like paying for them, so sorry about that. But ultimately, I wanted to get to the bottom of this. I wanted it over. I wanted our military to stop having to have every few months newspaper articles and reputation damage, and it was way before my time. I didn't have anything to fear from taking this through. Now, what I don't know, and it will be in the LPP, I'm afraid, was the legal advice I got around JR versus public inquiry, and whether or not one was a better legal route than the other, or whether the legal advice was that the JR is best to run its course. And I think those were the two areas that we were really getting towards by the time we got to 2020 and these revelations. And, of course, as we saw, once we conceded in the JR, roughly about September 2020, and, I think I used to read some of the comments by the judge, it became particularly clear that we could cling on fighting JRs at some stage. But I can't remember whether I then wrote something on the 26th of August in a submission or a box note, but fundamentally my mind was moving towards that we needed a public, we need to get this over with. And the problem is in government, it's not a problem, but ultimately when you want to go there, you have to get permission from the Cabinet Office, you have to get permission from the Ministry of Justice. It then becomes a much more wider enterprise.
Leaving aside the concerns that may or may not be right about the expensive procedure of a public inquiry, could I ask you this? Did you share the Permanent Secretary's view that a public inquiry might be unproductive?
No.
And did you share his view that it might be extremely bad for the reputation of defence and for armed forces morale?
Not really, no.
Did you challenge him on the view that he offered in the advice provided in paragraph 4?
Well, I think, I took on board his view, and I think we wanted to see how the JR's progressed. But ultimately, I think the fact he had raised it in his email was because we were talking about it.
Insofar as this email provided any advice on the position that Johnny Mercer had said he found himself in, namely that he had misled the House in his statement in January, can we look to the bottom of the next page, page 66, paragraph 10, and the last two lines, on the important issue of whether Parliament was in any way misled, which officials do not believe to be the case.
Yeah, and that's the 68, isn't it? Page 68.
It is, yes. If we then look on to page 68, 21st of August, the advice provided by DGEP sent to the Secretary of State via the Min DPV, so received by you and by Johnny Mercer. We see under the recommendations section, paragraph 3, Roman 2, nothing in the recently disclosed material changes the position as set out in Mr. Mercer's speech during the 7th of January adjournment debate. There is no requirement to correct the record at this stage. And did you agree with that conclusion that had been reached by DGEP and provided both to you and to Johnny Mercer in late August 2020?
Hang on. Which paragraph are you on, sorry?
Recommendations section,
Right, okay.
number 3, Roman 2.
Well, I agreed insofar as, yes, I did, because of the statement of 7th of January, as I've said, it's simply not true. The allegations or the new documentation certainly revealed that we had been untimely and that we conceded that. It still, as yet, didn't produce, I think, the evidence. What we hadn't then seen from these new documents was whether the military police would either reinvestigate or indeed come to a new position from their original one. So I think it was still open whether it would have led to any type of prosecution or that there was evidence in these reports or these new documents that went further. Many of the documents I read were not. They were people not there, people emailing amongst themselves, I think, whereas there was one or two documents, namely the one about the subunit commander and the commanding officer of the Afghan unit that I think was of concern. So I think I would have said I would refer you from number 2 to number 4. I think 3 is missing from that recommendation. It goes 1, 2, 4. Is that as directed by us, we have started to read the totality of the evidence collected by the RMP in relation to these incidents. If once this is completed, the position is no longer tenable, we advise at that point. So I would be waiting for I'm afraid it took time, but for that part to come back to us. So if it then turned out there were more evidence to produce that showed we were, operated so-called death squads, then of course that would become untenable if the new evidence came to light. And Johnny would be absolutely right in trying to correct that. But at the time he gave that statement, the facts before him, where the case sat, he was able to say, I'm not quite sure I'd use those language, but he was able to rebut the allegations as put. But he didn't leave himself any space, which I think is a difficult issue.
Well, if Mr. Mercer's evidence to the inquiry is correct, he was armed with rumours that he had been made aware of from within the SF community about innocents being killed on target, or about those who were not posing a threat being engaged and killed. He was aware of complaints made within the Afghan partnering unit, which in his words had confirmed his worst fears. And also, he was alive to an assertion by a serving individual that that person had been asked to carry a dropped weapon. Mm-hmm. So if one considers the combination of those three things, rumours that people have been effectively murdered on target, together with the Afghan partnering unit confirming his worst fears, and direct evidence that somebody had been asked to carry a dropped weapon, when he came to assert, as he did, that the UK forces were not deliberately carrying out extrajudicial killings rather than attempting to capture Afghan males, do you regard that observation to the House in January of 2020 as sitting well alongside the information he told the inquiry he was privy to?
The last point of the three, that he had actually directly met someone, is the point of evidence throughout this process that he was not alone in being aware of rumours. Okay, so your first point was well trodden by January 2020, and indeed the police investigation that in the end those rumours led to in 2014, a police investigation, had in theory been tested, investigated, and then assured by Chief Constable Murphy. So on the first point, none of this sits pretty in any of it, but the solid bit, the bit about meeting a person who'd asked to carry a dropped weapon, the first I read about it, and the first that many of us read about it, was in his statement to this inquiry. It doesn't mean to say it doesn't happen, and I know this inquiry has been very interested in that statement. But it was, if half of this, or more than half of this whole process has been to try and find some evidence to get to the bottom of it, then all along the one person in possession potentially of evidence has been the minister. And I think that's important to find out. And I don't know. However, what I do know, and maybe there is a confusion in the witness or the evidence, that Johnny had met people who'd met people who had talked about what was going on in the group. So he'd met, or he'd heard, like the then commander of that unit, he had heard rumour and he had heard discussions. No different from N. I'm going to get it right.
1785.
N1785, and that may well be that was the same position. But the actual, I mean, again, I don't want to end up in being amateur Agatha Christie. Fundamentally, the one thing that stood out to me was there was an actual person who actually had been asked to be part of a conspiracy, if that statement was true, and that to me is incredibly important. But that only came to light in that statement to this inquiry.
Can we look next to the email that Mr. Mercer sent to you on the 2nd of September following the advice that we've just considered? That is your divider number 15, our page 72. Do you see it? It begins at the bottom third of the page, an email dated the 2nd of September at 10:50 in the morning.
Yeah, this is to his private secretary, correct?
Yes, and for the attention of the
For the
Secretary
attention
of
of,
State
yeah,
and the
yeah.
Permanent Secretary. If we looks to the last two lines, on misleading the House, I do not accept the advice from the department. The whole episode has seriously shaken my confidence in their work. Was it still open even at the 2nd of September for Mr. Mercer, had he wanted to correct what he'd said back in January of that year?
Well, I think we still go back to the problem of how do you correct it back in January? I mean, how do you correct it's simply not true? He could have gone, does he come back and say it's simply true? And I don't think at that time, and still there is not, and maybe this inquiry will find that, there was substantive evidence to say that was true.
Well, insofar as one of the specific complaints that he had about what he'd said was, he'd asserted that a very small number of people had made allegations, and he now was of the view that that was inaccurate. If we look at the top of page 73, he wrote on, it's now clear that a significant number of people had raised concerns, including senior officers within UKSF.
So there is a difference between correcting the record, like going back and saying, I inadvertently misled the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to correct the record. If at the time you made the statement, it was known to be untrue. If after you made the statement, it is then subsequently found to be untrue, you are able as a Member of Parliament to correct the record in a different way, insofar as a parliamentary question, in a debate, in a open questions where you can say, if you wish, that information has come to light and what I said at the time was therefore incorrect. So it's not, I'm afraid, quite the same thing as I deliberately misled the House and I apologise. It is effectively, at the time he made the statement, I think he believed it to be true, and especially that point about a small number of people, and it is open, I think, in that sense. But that was not the bit he raised with me. He raised the bit about the simply not true.
And again, he identifies within that document, if we look to the next substantive paragraph down, beginning my view remains as it was in August. I would not be content to progress on the course of the Overseas Bill without me giving a statement to the House dealing with all this. Quite apart from the department looking poor, which I see as generally accepted, my own credibility looks ridiculous on the subject, arguing for a 5-year time bar while this stuff continues to drip out. Again, in any way, did you share his concern that information was dripping out and that made the Overseas Operations Bill difficult to argue in favour of?
I understand Johnny's concern. I think my point was, because by that stage the Overseas Bill was exempting all of war crimes and all of a very large part, and was not a bar to prosecution but a presumption, it was very, very unlikely, if not impossible, that any of these cases we're discussing today would have been covered by the Overseas Bill.
When did the carve-out under Schedule 2 to the bill start to be proposed?
Well, the bill did produce on introduction a carve-out in Schedule 2. The width of that widened through the process of the bill, and I would need to check. It's only become an issue raised with me on Friday or Thursday by the media. But obviously the act that is delivered is the responsibility of me as a Secretary of State. And I've introduced 7 or 8 bills in my time, and they all start and end differently. So I don't know when, but the initial bill as introduced to the House did have a carve-out for certain offences under both the International Criminal Court Act and Geneva Conventions, effectively, and some other offences as well. And then that got widened in the process. But it started with a recognition, because otherwise the bill would not have been in compliance with our international obligations.
at any stage was it envisaged by you that the bill, when passed, would provide a blanket exclusion in any way to the prosecution of war crimes?
No, because it was a bill of presumption, not bar. So it could never have done that.
Can we deal with another of Mr. Mercer's particular issues? And I've tried to do it chronologically in the hope that it makes it easier for you. I anticipate that the question about FMV or full motion video was one that was raised by Mr. Mercer on any number of occasions. Is that correct?
I think he raised it twice or 3 times with me, yeah.
And in particular, it was something that he raised with you after he'd had a meeting with the DSF.
Yes.
And he did not accept that what he'd been told was correct.
But I think what his statement alludes to on the full motion video is he wasn't always aware of what I was doing to test the veracity of all of this. So in his statement, he sort of alludes to the fact that no one took that up. What he didn't know was I didn't take it at face value, and in my evidence shows I wanted to know in writing from the United States authorities that they did not have in their possession the full motion video. And therein lies an example of the slight fine line between policing and not. But Johnny had raised that on a number of occasions, and I felt it was very important that we checked the veracity that I was being told of this information. And I know only because I read it in the media, that another data source that had been told was not available, this inquiry now has access to, that had been told wasn't available to anyone and had been scrubbed. I know that this inquiry has now got access to. I haven't seen it myself. But on full motion video, like I said, in most of these submissions, I don't take it at face value. And we got a confirmation from the United States in writing that they did not have possession of it.
Mr. Mercer's evidence on this particular topic, he told the inquiry that his recollection was he'd said to you that something stinks in respect of the claim that there was no full motion video. Do you remember if that was the way he described it?
Or similar, yes.
And his recollection of what you had said to him was that the issue had been thoroughly investigated and there was no new evidence. Again, do you remember whether that is what you said to him or not?
Well, I eventually, after having written assurances from the United States on that, I would have communicated that to him. What I don't know is when he makes that allegation, if it was actually while I was busy checking out in the United States, because that would not have been the case until I had received written assurance from the United States.
In which case, can we look briefly, Sir Ben, at the written assurance you received? You'll find that in divider number 9, our page 36. We have here a document dated the 23rd of June 2021, which is why I've taken it after the other documents that I've just asked you about. We have a note in handwriting at the bottom under the section Secretary of State's comments. Can I ask you this? Is that your handwriting?
Yes, it is me.
And what you had written was storage of ISR data, that's intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance data. I want to see written confirmation, the US brackets from the US, that they do not have the ISR available / stored. If they do, I want to formally request it. So do we understand from that note in June of 2021 that either you wanted access to the full motion video if it existed, or you wanted written confirmation from the US that they did not have such evidence available?
Yes, I mean, I didn't want to personally view it, but on behalf of the department. And Mr. Glasgow, it sums up everything I've been trying to say today, which is I don't take at face value what I was told. I went beyond just ticking off a submission, and in fact, in this example, for example, I didn't even trust my own source. I wanted it from a third party, and if the United States told it to me, then that was something that I would have accepted.
And as to how that observation in writing by you then played out within the department, can we look, please, with your help to divider number 10? And within that section, if you can look, please, to page 38. In fact, no, sorry, to page 41, I do apologise. That would be the fifth page in this particular section. So our page 41. And the bottom half of the page contains an email dated the 28th of June.
Yeah.
2021, so a few days after the handwritten note that you had applied to the earlier document. If we look to the main paragraph of that email at the bottom of the page, Secretary of State has asked for written confirmation from the US that they do not have the ISR available stored. If they do have it, Secretary of State would like to formally request it. So we see here that your Assistant Private Secretary has put into effect the official request by you that the United States be spoken to and contacted about this particular subject. If we then, as we always do with emails, if we can just read backwards, going up the page and then back to the pages before, we can see how the request is sent out by the Assistant Head of Litigation Policy for Historical Overseas Operations, have reached out to the RMP to see if this was requested as part of the investigative phase. Happy to keep you in the loop. And then back onto page 40, if you wouldn't mind, Sir Ben.
Yeah.
You'll see a little later that same day, still the 28th of June, the bottom half of our page 40. If we have not got formal confirmation that it does not exist, then a letter will need to be drafted to Secretary of State to send. Please can we look to get a response as soon as possible, noting potential follow-up actions that may be required. And then the reply to that starts, in fact, at the bottom of the page before. So if one looks first to the bottom of page 39, there is an email dated the 29th of June and timed at 11:28. And you'll see the last two lines on the page 39. Regarding the request for ISR, I've been in touch with the SIO regarding the Afghan JRs. He has come back to me this morning. And then the reply is copied in at the top of our page 40. In September 2017, through the appropriate channels, he requested that searches were conducted of the US systems for any full motion video for all 11 operations that they were scoping. He provided dates and air platforms for them to focus the search perimeters. They pursued this request through different government agencies and embassy liaison officers. In November 18, a formal response for the US authorities through the liaison officer was received, stating that searches had been conducted and they could not find any full motion video for those dates and times. I hope that this helps allay the Secretary of State's concerns that this avenue has been exhausted. And then, completing the exchange of the emails, if you wouldn't mind, please, Sir Ben, turning back to page 38 to the email sent on the 5th of July, timed at 17:25. Regarding the Secretary of State's requesting FMV, we've done quite a bit of background work on the request for the formal response from the US, stating they do not have any FMV of the incidents in question. The attached document is the signed statement the investigator received via the liaison officers. This was stored away in the investigation archives. This is the document that closed off that line of inquiry. And if you keep one finger in page 38 for a moment, and then turn on in the divider, if you wouldn't mind, please, to page 46, which is the front page of a service police witness statement. It's a statement provided by a United States nominal US N116, and it records that this individual has oversight of recorded FMV footage which covers ISAF operations in Afghanistan. It's a statement dated the 19th of November 2018. He sets out the request made of him, and then one has the date, time grid, locations and airframes for the 11 particular operations that was the subject of Operation Northmore investigations. If one looks to the last page, our page 48, USN 116 records I conducted checks on the relevant systems and established the department have no FMV footage stored in any format pertaining British forces covering the above search criteria. That was provided to you, and if we then go back to where we were on page 38, and I apologise for jumping round in the sequence, but then the last of the emails in this chain is dated the 13th of July 2021, timed at 9:45 in the morning, with thanks for the below and attached, which the Secretary of State has noted. The Secretary of State is content there is no further action given. We have no formal response. Now, those inquiries that have been conducted by the RMP with the United States authorities appear to have been signed off in effect in November of 2018.
Yeah.
Can I ask you this, please, Sir Ben? In addition to those inquiries, did you ask for or instigate any inquiries with the United Kingdom or with the DSF to see whether there was any available stored footage on any other platform?
No, but I was informed that by Johnny Mercer, actually, that the platforms that would have had the area he was least convinced by in his discussion with the DSF was the full motion video bit. That is the area I sought to request the footage, and it's the broader ISR, as it says. And while this statement was February 2018, or whatever it was, November 2018.
November 18.
I was happy to accept that as it came from a US citizen and personnel, and while it wasn't a new one, as my original note had said, I accepted that was a true and fair statement that gave me confidence. It was, it would have been, this individual was out with the UK Special Forces community, wasn't affected or part of it, wasn't part of the Ministry of Defence, and therefore I was happy to take that at the face value it had. As far as what else I sought, again, I would have left that to the experts who knew what other data records are kept of those operations. I was not in Afghanistan and therefore was not aware. And often I would take Johnny Mercer's advice about those operations as he knew how those operations were conducted.
Do you recall whether this was any of the matters that you raised with Sir John Murphy when you sought assurance from him about the quality of the investigation that had been conducted by the RMP?
I think I did include FMV. I can't be certain because I don't have any notes, but I think I did. It was all part of... the main standouts are the early reporting in 2011 between the commanding of the unit and indeed the DSF, and why it wasn't referred to the Armed Forces Act, and then the issue of things like the ISR and overhead and FMV and whether that was in fact available, because that would be very illuminating if it was the case. And so I sought to establish those independently, effectively, off the rest of the assurances.
Can I conclude the chronology, please, with your help, Sir Ben, to deal with another of your exhibits? And can I invite you to turn, please, to divider number 7, our page 31. And this takes us to the summer of 2022 and to a letter that was sent on your behalf to the BBC and indeed to the Panorama production team. You wrote that you were writing in response to their letter of July 2022. Our armed forces serve with courage and professionalism in Afghanistan, and we will always hold them to the highest standards. Military operations are conducted in accordance with UK and international law, including the law of armed conflict. Any criminal allegations are considered and investigated as appropriate. As you are aware, the Royal Military Police is conducting a review to consider media allegations of unlawful killings by British forces in Afghanistan. I'm aware that the RMP has written to you to request that any information in your possession that may amount to new evidence be provided to them to enable them to review it. Further, they've assured you that any review and or investigation by them would be independent, effective and accountable. I understand that you're in dialogue with the RMP. Given the seriousness of the allegations made by the BBC, I would hope that any information that may amount to new evidence can be provided in a way which conforms to your editorial guidelines. Finally, I would reiterate that we believe that the allegations referred to in your last programme about UK forces have already been fully investigated by the service police. I would also note that its use of Australian material seemed deliberately confusing for the uninformed viewer. Can I ask you this, please, Sir Ben? The RMP's review to consider media allegations of unlawful killings, what part, in any, did you play in that particular review?
I didn't play a part in the review of the military police and their investigation.
Did you instigate such a review?
Well, I instigate it insofar as, if you notice on my earlier statements, that please pass any more, if there is any evidence, and they will review it, and in a sense clearly stated in those public responses that the military police would investigate, and the idea of I didn't send a letter or anything saying there's a formal review. It's not for me to do so, but military police were in contact at that stage with the BBC, so I think they were obviously, should have been, and hopefully reviewing any evidence the BBC had given them or anybody else.
And was it your understanding that the RMP were at that stage at least engaged in a review to consider any fresh allegations that had been raised in the media?
It was, I wouldn't have called it a review, I suppose it was a review. They were examining, as I had requested in previous submissions, what was being shown in the media and telly, and whether there was any more cases to answer. And indeed, I would not have been aware of any evidence that the BBC had shared in its previous documentaries or the Sunday Times, because I would not have been, the separation between me and the police investigation would have been paramount. So for all I knew, they were looking at something else or not. I wouldn't have known.
When you invited them to provide any new evidence in a way which conforms to your editorial guidelines, what were you hoping to achieve by that?
Well, that they, like everyone else, if it wants to get to the bottom of this, should share whatever evidence they have to help us get to the bottom of this. One of my concerns throughout is no one seems to have wanted to provide evidence to anyone, not the media, not some of the witnesses, and this is why we are here now in an inquiry. And I don't really care who it is who is offering up evidence, but to me, in my, if you prove in my sort of humble view, the right place for new evidence is with investigators, people legally empowered to investigate and enforce the law, or indeed prosecute the law. That is my view. That was my view to the journalist who rang me last week about asking me to respond about the overseas bill. That the right place to put those questions is to me and my colleagues in this room. That's how we will get to the bottom of something, and maybe if there is evidence, we will find the true evidence that leads to a conviction, if that is what is recommended.
And do you regard that as a duty that applies to anyone that's got relevant evidence to give?
Yes, I absolutely do.
And recognising what you'd said very early on about the need to proceed on evidence rather than rumour, do you recognise the importance that there is for anyone with relevant evidence to come forward to this inquiry to assist the chair with his examination of the issues in hand?
Yes.
And presumably that is a duty that you would encourage anyone in or out of uniform to adhere to?
Yes, look, absolutely. There's no ifs or buts. That is the duty that they have, and you must come forward. And if you don't, you let down your colleagues.
And you let down your colleagues in
and your country. So,
And that's what I was going to come to, Sir Ben.
yeah. I mean, look, we are dealing with a very, very serious issue. We are dealing with, however, men mainly, but men and women who risk their lives to keep us safe. And if this inquiry finds new evidence that leads to someone being convicted, then those people have let down their colleagues and their countrymen and the country, and they have broken what we stand for. If, however, this inquiry finds no sufficient evidence, then we all also bear a responsibility for our handling and how that has damaged their reputation as well. It's not an easy or enviable task you have, sir, in that tightrope, because I have also seen veterans taken to court where convictions have failed because ultimately they didn't reach the criminal level. And we all saw that in Northern Ireland. We also saw some convictions. So it is a very difficult and heavy responsibility that this inquiry now has. But ultimately, we are better than our enemy because we do not do that.
So Ben, thank you for your assistance today in answering all the questions that I've posed. I appreciate that you have just had an opportunity to speak directly to the chair, but if there is, as I said at the outset, anything that I've not covered, or if there's anything that you would wish to assist by way of further evidence, this is not the only opportunity to give it, but if there's anything you would like to say, we would welcome it now. And again, in due course, if there's anything else in the future you can assist us with, either we'd like you to volunteer it or we will ask for it, sir.
I will, what I will do, if I may, sir, is provide you with the clarity around the overseas bill, as it has only been really raised with this inquiry and myself at short notice. I think providing you as a start point with the clarity of when decisions were made and how, so that people understand what it was about, that may be helpful to the inquiry as well. I mean, ultimately, as I've said, that the bill is, when it became an act, is my responsibility as Secretary of State. That is entirely my responsibility, and so I will be happy to answer those questions. We'll probably do it in writing, and if you wish to see me, I'm available.
Grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Glasgow. Sir Ben, just one short point. Can you remind us who the Permanent Secretary was who wrote the memo at tab 14 in August 2020?
August 2020, I think, was Sir Stephen Lovegrove.
Sir Ben, thank you very much for coming to give your evidence to the inquiry today and for the obvious care and hard work that you put into studying the documents and giving your answers. It's been a long day, but I'm pleased, and I'm sure you are, Mr. Glasgow, that we've completed your evidence today. We'd reserve tomorrow, but I wish you well tomorrow. We will now adjourn, please, and there will be further directions from the inquiry in due course as to the next open hearings. Can I thank everybody today for their careful attention to the evidence, and thank all the court staff, including in the Royal Courts of Justice, and my team for the very careful preparations for this hearing. Thank you very much indeed.